le PowerPoint général tourne sur le mess. On pourrait laisser jouer en attendant. Tu dis comment faire ça, on va le laisser si ça marche. Ah, tu vas le shooter à la fin de ton microphone, là, les PowerPoint, c'est ça, Chloé, elle a fait PowerPoint. Lauren and Lauren. Sinon, je vais dire, ça marche pas? Oh, you will have to wait until you have the page where you see where you say okay at some places.
It's just that down here it's like there's.
It should work.
It says it's currently connected, so, and then down here.
Wait just a bit, I think it will work. Ah, c'est ça, ben, je vais brancher le mien.
Ah, ok.
J'ai pas pensé que je pouvais juste brancher le mien. Je pensais qu'il y a d'habitude, il y avait comme des ordis ici qu'on branche.
Ah, ok. Oh, ouais.
Là, je sais même pas pourquoi mon ordi ouvre plus, il va pas super bien.
Ça va.
Je viens juste de faire réparer. Ah, je pense que c'est à cause de l'écran.
J'ai déjà ouvert, je peux juste mettre le mien si tu veux.
Tu veux mettre le tien? Mais t'es-tu capable de le faire jouer tout ça? Il marche-tu?
Est-ce que c'est automatique?
Non, mais ça, c'est un PDF. T'es-tu capable de
Non,
faire
non,
jouer le
c'était un
PDF?
PowerPoint. Je l'ai ouvert en PowerPoint.
Ah, je t'ai envoyé le PowerPoint. Great. Je te laisse tranquille. T'as-tu ton adapteur ou t'es capable de brancher ça direct? Toi?
Je peux brancher.
Wow. You're the man.
Est-ce que ça change d'IFO automatiquement? Faut pas cliquer à chaque fois, hein?
Non, mais il faut aller ranger les settings. Tu dois avoir transition quelque part. Non, mais il va avoir duration, je pense. Là, tu mets. Pourquoi mettre là? Tu veux mettre chaque, là?
Après, quoi, 10 secondes, d'abord?
10 secondes.
10 secondes.
Ouais, mais commence comme ça, on va voir si on trouve ça trop long, il faudra l'arranger. Est-ce que ça marche?
Oui.
Yes, let's try to find it. If not, I have all the 120 codes right in my computer behind you. Wow. Was it hard to find?
No, I think it's just because that's
Great. Good evening, everyone. My name's Isaac. I'm one of the organizers of the conference. So we want to welcome you all today here, and to begin with, we're just going to introduce the organizers, give a bit of an overview of what the conference is going to look like. We first of all like to start by acknowledging that the conference is taking place on occupied Mohawk land, and we invite you all to keep this colonial context in mind over the course of the conference. Give you a bit of background, the first instance of the conference happened last year. It was at Vassar College in Poughkeepsie, New York. Myself, Agatha, and Maude had the pleasure of attending and presenting there, and so we're very happy to be hosting you all here for the second edition at McGill. This year's conference had many submissions. We're very thrilled by the quality, the variety of papers that were submitted. Almost all the presenters are students, and we're very honored to showcase and celebrate this great student research over the course of the conference. And as well, we're also very happy that there are no people presenting who are from the community and activist backgrounds, and so hoping this can help the conference to serve as a bridge between the academy and the community.
So at the Students for Critical Animal Studies conference last year, we had the pleasure of meeting Anthony, who is one of the founders and active members of the Institute for Critical Animal Studies. Not only did Anthony set a great tone for last year's conference, but he left us with a better understanding of the place of critical animal studies, both within and outside the academy, as both a principled and openly political field of study and activism. Critical animal studies must ensure to maintain itself against mainstream animal studies, within which other animals are again analyzed and individualized as objects of study. With this in mind, we thought it would be a good idea to remind or inform everyone here today about the 10 founding principles of critical animal studies, so that we might keep them in mind this weekend. Some of you may have grabbed them on the way in, some of you may have not. So animal studies is pretty much everywhere now. It's academic hip. It's emerged as a new and rapidly growing interdisciplinary paradigm, and has led to many conferences, journal issues, and publications on the way humans look at non-humans and interact with them. Many scholars working in animal studies have made significant contributions to our understanding of the historical, sociological, and philosophical aspects of human-non-human relations. And the discipline remains strangely detached from the dire plight of non-human animals, human beings, and the earth. So animal studies has already found itself entrenched in this abstract, esoteric, non-normative, apolitical discipline of study, where scholars can achieve recognition while nevertheless remaining wedded to their species values, carnivorous lifestyles, and at least tacit, sometimes overt, support of numerous forms of animal exploitation, such as vivisection. So critical animal studies emerged as a necessary and vital alternative to the insularity and detachment of mainstream animal studies that vaporizes non-human animals' flesh and blood realities to reduce them to reified signs, symbols, images, and words on a page, or protagonists in a historical drama, and thereby utterly failed to confront them, not as texts, but rather as sentient beings who live and die. So critical animal studies perceives that relations between human and non-human animals are now at a point of crisis, which implicates the planet as a whole. The dire situation is evident most dramatically in the intensified slaughter and exploitation of animals, about 10 billion per year in the United States alone, and the monumental environmental ecological threats of global warming, rainforest destruction, desertification, air and water pollution, and resource scarcity, to which animal agriculture is a prime contributor. So we encourage you to take a look at the 10 founding principles outside, and I was going to read them out, but they're really quite long. But yeah, so if we could just keep that in mind this weekend while we're talking about human-non-human relations, that animals are more than objects of study, as many of you know, and yeah, we're trying to take a little bit of a different perspective on the study of human-non-human relations.
Okay, so I'm just going to do some technical stuff, and we couldn't be doing the conference this weekend without the help of a ton of people and organizations that have supported us. So to start off, we're super excited about our speakers, Lauren Corman, Chloë Taylor, who will be speaking tonight, and Jun Sunmatsu, who will be speaking tomorrow. Everyone who's going to speak this weekend is doing great work both within their field of study and their communities, and so we're glad to have everyone in one room to share, learn, and chat with each other about this. Again, we could not be putting on the conference without the support of a bunch of organizations. To start off with, we'd like to thank Veg Fund, A Well-Fed World, the Student Society of McGill University, the Arts Undergraduate Society, the Canadian Journal of Philosophy, and the McGill Postgraduate Student Society, as well as those of you who donated online. Your support has allowed us to offer travel grants to participants, pay for the room bookings, and offer free vegan meals on all 3 days. For anyone who's interested in going out to eat near campus, the Vigo restaurant has given us a bunch of $5 coupons that save you $5 from a delicious vegan meal. So come find us if you're interested. And lastly, we're extremely grateful for the support of a few people who've done crucial behind-the-scenes organizing. First to Stephen Harned, who has helped us tremendously finding space on campus, which has been an uphill battle. And secondly, Michael Sizer, who's here filming this weekend. He's also set it up so that everything will be streaming live from YouTube. And after the conference, all talks will be available online. And lastly, thanks to Christian Bailey, who is taking awesome photographs and has also joined the organizing team early this summer and has brought a tremendous amount of passion, knowledge, organizing experience, and muffins to the team.
Later muffins.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to really quickly run through kind of the schedule for the whole weekend, just so everyone has an idea. I'm sure a lot of you picked up panels, so you already are seeing all the abstracts and stuff. But tonight we have 3 talks. They're supposed to start at 5:45, but probably a little bit behind now. And it goes till 9. There will be a snack and coffee break at 7 o'clock, just outside the door. And then tomorrow, the doors will open at 9:30, and the first talks will start at 10. And we have a really packed day, so we'd like people to get here on time if they can. And the talks will run until 5:30. And from 6 to 7, we've organized a demo that's going to take place in Phillips Square on the corner of St. Catherine and Union Street. It'll just be a short protest from 6 to 7 near La Baie, the Hudson Bay Company store. And we'll give you more details tomorrow. But again, as Isaac has mentioned, we're trying to stress that critical animal studies is trying to bring together the academy and activism. And lastly, for the protest, we encourage anyone to prepare a short text expressing concise ideas about the treatment of animals. And then at 7:30 tomorrow night, we have reserved the upstairs hall of a vegetarian restaurant called Burritoville. And yeah, we'll give you the address and stuff tomorrow. And then Sunday, it's the same layout minus the protest. And then, what are some last minute? I think it's mentioned. Yeah, so for bathrooms, a couple people have asked, if you go upstairs, right up the staircase, when you head on your right, there's a gender-neutral bathrooms. And yeah, I think it only is single capacity, so that if you need to go really bad, come find us, and there's lots of bathrooms in the building, but it's kind of a maze. And lastly, we have Wi-Fi slips for everyone. So Miguel has a guest Wi-Fi password, but it's each person has a separate account. So if you need to use the Wi-Fi and you're visiting, we have little slips for everyone. So come and find us. And it's been brought to our attention that it's possible that using the Wi-Fi during presentations might interrupt the connectivity with YouTube. So potentially it'd be great if everyone could try not to use it while the presentations are going on.
The beauty of this province is that all that they said will be repeated in French, so bear with us, those who don't speak French. Alors bonjour tout le monde, on est vraiment heureux de vous accueillir ici pour la 2e conférence annuelle des... Et là, la traduction en français de Student for Critical Animal Studies n'est pas évidente, mais des étudiants pour les études animales critiques. Comme Isaac le disait, on aimerait souligner le fait que cette conférence prend place sur un territoire Mohawk occupé, donc de garder ce contexte colonial-là en tête durant toute la durée de la conférence. Donc l'an dernier, la conférence a pris place, la première conférence des étudiants pour les études animales critiques a pris place à Vassar College, à Poughkeepsie, à New York, et c'était organisé par la coalition des droits animaux de Vassar. Agatha, Isaac et moi-même avons participé, avons présenté. Cette année, on est vraiment heureux d'organiser cette conférence ici à Montréal et on espère que ça va être aussi un succès. On est particulièrement enchantés d'avoir vu le nombre de présentations qui ont été soumises pour la conférence. C'est principalement des étudiants, donc nécessairement vu l'orientation du groupe, mais on est très heureux de voir le nombre d'étudiants qui s'impliquent dans le mouvement. Il y a de nombreuses provinces, de nombreux États et de nombreux pays. Donc, un petit peu de background sur qu'est-ce que c'est les étudiants pour les études animales critiques. Effectivement, on a rencontré Anthony l'an dernier à Vassar College durant la première conférence. Et lui, il est un des fondateurs de SCAS, de Critical Animal Studies. Et puis, il nous a, disons, je vais juste procéder à l'introduction un peu de ce que c'est. Le but de l'Institut des études critiques sur les animaux, c'est d'offrir un milieu propice au développement d'une approche qui soit critique vis-à-vis des études animales. Les études sur les animaux, les études animales critiques ont émergé comme une alternative nécessaire et vitale à la nature plutôt insulaire, détachée, voire hypocrite, aux profondes limites des études sur les animaux, qui tendent à réduire leur réalité, disons, de chair et de sang, à des signes, des symboles, des images, des mots, des protagonistes d'un drame historique. Et donc, ils échouent dans la tâche de confronter, non pas dans des textes, mais bien comme étant eux aussi des êtres sensibles, capables de ressentir et de percevoir la réalité où d'autres êtres sensibles vivent et meurent dans des conditions sadiques et barbares, les plus sadiques et barbares que l'humanité a été capable de mettre de l'avant pour mieux les exploiter et pour tout ce qu'ils valent. Donc, en contraste avec les orientations dominantes des études sur les animaux et les tendances proéminentes dans le mouvement pour le bien-être et le droit des animaux, le ICAS s'efforce de développer des études animales critiques selon les 10 principes. Donc, une fois de plus, je ne vais pas les lire parce qu'ils sont plutôt longs, mais vous pouviez trouver le document bilingue à l'entrée. Donc, je vous invite à lire ça. Vous pouvez aussi les trouver en ligne. Donc, je passe donc la parole à Christiane, qui va faire les remerciements et vous parler un peu du week-end.
Salut! Donc, essentiellement, je répète encore la même affaire, mais en français. Le but, en fait, c'est vraiment de, premièrement, remercier tout le monde d'être ici, remercier les conférenciers, particulièrement Lauren Corman, qui va parler aujourd'hui, Chloé Taylor, qui va parler aussi, et Valéry Giroux. On va aussi avoir comme conférencier invité demain John Sanbonmatsu, qui va parler à 4h30, juste avant la manif, parce que demain, on a organisé une manif. On va vous parler plus de ça demain matin, on va donner plus de détails, mais je voulais déjà vous dire que le but un peu de la conférence des études des Students for Critical Animal Studies, c'est vraiment d'amener le monde académique et les activistes pour les animaux ensemble. Donc, on trouve que c'est super important d'organiser une manifestation dans le cadre d'une conférence comme ça pour que tout le monde ait un peu l'expérience de... C'est quoi un peu de vraiment, en anglais on dit « raise your voice », de prendre la parole publiquement pour les animaux. Puis, donc, l'idée, en fait, c'est, durant que vous écoutez les talks, vous pouvez essayer de penser à des petites idées qui vous viennent, des insights que vous avez eus de la conférence, puis vous voudriez essayer vraiment de présenter en un petit format, un petit texte. Ça peut être un poème, ça peut être n'importe quoi, que vous pourriez prendre la parole demain à la manifestation. Ça peut être 10 secondes, 20 secondes, 30 secondes, 2 minutes, c'est pas grave. Ça peut aussi être un genre de témoignage. Si vous avez quelque chose à témoigner, si vous avez... Je sais pas, moi, j'ai donné une conférence au cégep la semaine passée. Il y avait un étudiant qui avait travaillé dans un abattoir. Un jeune étudiant de 21 ans qui avait déjà travaillé dans un abattoir. Il y avait vraiment beaucoup de choses à dire. Donc, tu sais, s'il y a des choses... Vous n'avez pas besoin d'avoir travaillé dans un abattoir, mais... je veux dire, s'il y a des choses que vous voulez parler, ça va être une bonne occasion de le faire. Là, je suis encore en train de dire d'autres choses que ce que je suis censée dire. On va vous donner plus d'infos là-dessus demain, mais pensez-y tout de suite si vous avez des affaires à... S'il y a des choses que vous voudriez dire. Remerciements. Il y a vraiment beaucoup de monde qui nous ont donné du soutien financier, puis ça nous a permis de donner des bourses de voyage pour les conférenciers ici. Ça nous a aussi permis de vous servir de la bouffe végane gratuite pour les 3 jours. Aujourd'hui, ça va être un peu moins sophistiqué parce que c'est un peu comme juste la soirée. On veut remercier donc le Veg Fund, aussi A Well-Fed World, the Student Society of McGill, the Arts Undergraduate Society of McGill, the Canadian Journal of Philosophy, the McGill Postgraduate Student Society, et Stephen Arnald, Étienne, sans qui on n'aurait pas trouvé de salle. Puis en plus, il nous a aidés financièrement, donc sans lui, ça aurait été pas mal plus compliqué. Vous ne pouvez pas savoir à quel point c'est compliqué d'avoir des salles dans une université pour faire des genres de choses comme ça. Aussi, pour ceux qui ont des intolérances alimentaires ou qui veulent manger d'autres choses que ce qu'on a préparé, on va vous donner des coupons de 5$ chez Vego. C'est pas des coupons que vous allez pouvoir manger pour 5$. C'est un coupon rabais qui va vous enlever 5$. Vous pouvez l'utiliser, acheter quelque chose, l'utiliser, le manger, puis retourner en utiliser un autre. Fait que vous pouvez vous épargner plus que 5$ au bout de la ligne. Et je veux aussi remercier Michael Sizer et sa femme Allison, qui sont ici pour filmer la conférence, qui est donc diffusée en direct en ligne. Et toutes les talks vont aussi être sur le site internet après. Les PDF, on va rajouter une ligne pour les PDF si on n'a pas le cas de mettre les vidéos à côté des talks. Et surtout, ce que je veux remercier, c'est Maude, Isaac, et où Agatha? Agatha. Et where is Addison? Ah, Addison est là-bas. J'en reviens pas que des étudiants au bac aient réussi à faire ça. Je veux dire, moi, je les ai juste aidés un peu à partir de l'été passé, mais c'est vraiment leur initiative à eux. C'est vraiment incroyable qu'ils aient réussi à faire ça. Moi, j'aurais jamais réussi à faire ça au bac. Ça m'inspire vraiment beaucoup pour penser qu'il pourrait avoir un jour un changement social si on continue à avoir des étudiants comme eux autres. Et ça m'amène à mon point principal. Ceux qui sont ici, pensez à faire le prochain Student for Critical Animal Studies dans votre collège ou dans votre université. On devrait le dire en anglais, ça aussi. Je vous le dire en anglais. Ok, je vais le dire en anglais. So, people who are here today, think about maybe doing the Student for Critical Animal Studies in your college or university next year, or even the year after. The idea is that we need to keep this thing moving. We need to make sure that the revolution which is happening now in animal studies, in the humanities and the social sciences where you can study human-animal relationship, in sociology department, in history, geography, law, linguistic, political science, philosophy. We need to make sure that all this academic work with other animals doesn't forget that we are talking about living, breathing, and feeling creatures who are suffering immensely in our world, and we will obviously talk about this further in the conference. Thank you. Merci.
Now, we're not only going to talk about what's going on, we're actually going to start it. So I'm really happy to introduce you guys to our first speaker, Lauren Corman from Brock University. Lauren teaches studies. Our interdisciplinary scholarship draws on animal rights, liberation, posthumanism, feminism, critical race, labor and environmental theories and practices. Much of our graduate work focused on an analysis of Canadian and US slaughterhouses with an emphasis on the industrialized exploitation of pigs. Our dissertation was named The Ventriloquist's Burden, Animals, Voice and Politics, and it analyzed the voice in its relationship to non-human animal subjectivity. Our current research interests include animal agency and resistance, theories of abjection, and coalition building among social justice movement. Tonight, our talk is named Silence Fiction, Voice, Resistance, and Animal Politics. Thank you, Lauren.
Perfect. Hello, everyone. I'm sorry I'm not doing this in French. Took a few years of French after high school, and I'm still working on it, but I'm embarrassed. I didn't even want to use my French in the cab, and I got a little bit reprimanded by the cab driver. So my apologies right away. I'll come back hopefully next time in Montreal. My French will be better. I wanted to thank the SCAS collective. Everyone has done so much work, and I know there's a lot of work that's invisible to pull something off like this. So I wanted to say thank you to everyone who's been organizing all of this work. I'm sorry also, this is just a series of apologies, I'm realizing, that the presentation I'm going to give today has a different title. It's going to be drawing on some of the themes that I mentioned in the abstract that you would have in front of you about pedagogy, but I'm going to be giving this talk instead, and this more has to do with my dissertation research. If you're interested in my thoughts on pedagogy, so theories of teaching and education, you can check out the recent article that I wrote with Teresa Vanderkova in the Defining Critical Animal Studies book that was just published by Peter Lang, publisher. So, I know some people were at the Anarchist Book Fair in Kitchener, and so you might have seen this talk already, so I apologize for that. So I think I'll stop apologizing at this point and move on. I do a lot of walking around too when I teach, and so I'm going to try not to because I'm really delighted that we're being videotaped, but this is a new thing for me. So if I seem kind of stiff, that's why. Okay, so without further ado, my name is Lauren. I teach in the Department of Sociology at Brock University. I was hired in 2009 expressly to teach critical animal studies, which was mind-blowing, to say the least. It was really exciting to be hired just to teach in this area. So we have Canada's only critical animal studies minor in concentration. I'll direct people to the Brock sociology website for more information about that, but you can take a whole series of classes in sociology that are related to critical animal studies, such as animals in the law, advanced animals in the law. Those are two that I teach. John Sorensen teaches a class on wildlife. He also teaches a class on human-canid interactions, which is really interesting. I also teach a class called Animals in Cross-Cultural Perspective, and then just an introduction to critical animal studies called Animals and Human Society. So there's lots going on in sociology, but as Christiane mentioned, there's also people teaching in different disciplines, even at Brock University, who are doing critical animal studies work. So there's Kendra Coulter there in labor studies. She does an animals at work class. There's Paul Hamilton, who teaches a political science class in critical animal studies. So it's really exciting. Brock is a great hub for critical animal studies research. So if you're interested in doing graduate work, it's also a good place for people to study as well. We had the undergraduate minor in concentration, but I also have a number of grad students that I work with at the master's level, and John Sorensen does as well. So that's a little bit where I'm coming from. I'm going to talk about my dissertation research and give you a little bit of background on my interventions in critical animal studies, how I've come to ask some of the big research questions that I've had, some of the activist work that's informed those questions, my background in feminist politics and how that's contributed to my understanding of what we're doing in critical animal studies. And I thought I'd just start off by giving you a kind of broad overview quote as I'm wrestling with this question of voice. And I realize now, as looking back on my work, that really since the 1990s, when I started looking at animal politics, this is a question that I've been asking for about 15 years, about animals, their voices, representation. So I just wanted to direct you to a quote by Jonathan Ray. He says, "The idea of being heard, of possessing a voice or having it ignored or suppressed, of demanding, validating, giving, or offering a voice, the voice of the people, the voice of God, nearly coincides with that of human and civil rights. Having a voice is much the same as having a vote, it seems, and some languages use the same word for both. Voices could almost be seen as part of the constitution of representative government, or even the meaning of politics itself. So in terms of a Western context, we can see that voice is an extremely powerful metaphor for how people talk about how they see themselves in relationship to politics. And it's really intimately connected to Western understandings, and I would say probably elsewhere as well, but Western understandings of social justice. So the argument that I made in my dissertation, oh goodness, is that social justice movements, generally speaking, are interested in moving a set of people, for the most part we're talking people, from a position of objects to a position of subjects. I've watched some lectures from the 1960s where people smoke as they give their lectures as a way of just kind of pausing for dramatic effect, and now I have a water bottle and it just seems not a good swap in, but so social justice movements, they're interested in moving us from a position, various different groups are moving from a position of objects into a position of subjects, so where subjectivity of the other is recognized. We can see this mirrored, I would say, in a process where groups are moving from being considered animal-like in that object status to moving into a position of full subjectivity, which really often is described as full humanity. And we can see this in the work of somebody like Paulo Freire, Pedagogy of the Oppressed. That's a very classic text, really radical, important text that's talking about a process of liberation. How do we engage in a process of liberation with different oppressed groups? And he talks about it as a move from animal to a move to full humanity. So when people talk about this shift from object to subject, from animal to human, they're talking about this shift from oppressed to liberated. You can see this in the language that people use to describe their struggles. And then metaphorically, one of the main ways that people talk about the work that they're doing and they're engaged in is talking about a move from voicelessness into coming to a voice or having a voice, being voiced. And so these are all sort of mirror processes that are happening in social justice movements. So, as I've said, voice is this incredibly important metaphor within various different social justice movements. The queer movements, women's liberation movements, civil rights movement, decolonial movements often draw on the language of voice. People are probably familiar with the work of Bell Hooks. She's a black feminist writer who's done incredible work in the anti-racist movements, feminist movements, and I think that she really sums up well how people think about voicelessness, and you can hear some of those different mirrored patterns that I was talking about in terms of representation and language that people use. So she says here, only as subjects can we speak, as objects we remain voiceless, our beings defined and interpreted by others. Okay, so she's drawing on a whole set of cultural and social ideas about voice, and she's articulating that in this social justice paradigm. So one of the things that I think is really interesting, given that context of social justice and language and representation, is that the notion of being the voice of the voiceless is probably the main metaphor of the North American animal movements. This is fascinating to me. Think about that in relationship to social justice movements generally, where to move from object to subject means to have your own voice. So what does it mean then when we have an animal movement who is describing its relationship to animal others as being their voice? Right? That this is what we're doing. This is sort of the main project of the animal rights and liberation movements. So I'd like to make the argument that the voice of the voiceless, this metaphor, actually says something really important about how we talk and think about who we are in relationship to other animals and how we represent them. And it's something that I'm grappling with quite a bit. And I'm not saying throw out this language or that it's bad, but I'd like to interrupt it a little bit to think more critically about how we're using this. Okay. So just to drive home this point again, this relationship between voice and the human subject, right? That what it means to be a subject generally in the West is to be a human, and they get so intertwined that they become almost synonyms, right? And we can see this in somebody like Carol Gilligan's work, a very famous feminist theorist and psychologist who wrote a book called In a Different Voice. Her updated version from 1993, in the preface, she writes, "To have a voice is to be human." Okay? So again, she's in this cultural and social milieu where she's speaking to how we think about voice in Western societies, how we think about it in relationship to social justice as well. And it's really I hope you can see that this is a problematic set of assumptions that are built into voice. Right? We're using it, we recognize that it's incredibly potent, and then we're kind of using it to describe our relationship to non-human animals as well in the animal rights and liberation movements when we talk about being their voice, speaking for the voiceless others. So hopefully that's got your brain chewing on some ideas at this point, a set of problematics. But I wanted to just rewind for a little bit to help you understand how I got to ask some of the research that I did in my master's and my doctoral work, and through my activist pursuits as well. So like most people actually, or not like most people, but a lot of people that I've encountered lately, music has been a huge source for their inspiration into animal politics. And for me, it began with punk rock. I was coming into political consciousness in the 1990s in Winnipeg, which was actually a really great place to learn about politics, because I could go to local shows where bands like Propaganda were playing. And Propaganda, I just thought this was sort of typical punk rock. I didn't really know. I was coming from rural Manitoba, going to the big city of Winnipeg, and I got introduced to punk politics and this kind of music. And now I realize Propaganda is actually incredibly progressive and had a really fantastic analysis, but I just thought that's what punk rock was. Propaganda, they have albums such as Less Talk, More Rock that is doing essentially critical animal studies before critical animal studies was called that. And I think also certain aspects of the ecofeminist movement were also doing critical animal studies before it was called critical animal studies. But this gives you a good indication. This is a CD for people who remember them. It's pro-feminist, animal-friendly, anti-fascist, gay-positive. They're wanting to make connections across these movements and wanting to talk about politics holistically to recognize these various different actors and elements. And so that's how I came into, at least in part, came into thinking about animal politics. So intersectionality was always something that was important to me, right? Thinking about the interlocking forms of domination and oppression. I also got into women's studies. This was my undergraduate degree in women's studies at the University of Manitoba. And that department was really struggling to get itself, I guess, appreciated, recognized, established within the context of the university. And it's really interesting now to see how critical animal studies is kind of at a similar moment right now, trying to figure out how do we establish ourselves in this institution, critique the institution, but also get into the institution. So feminist work that was happening at the University of Manitoba was very rigorous. We've read a lot. And I would say that probably the central idea that was coming out of that department at the time was about intersectionality, right? That it was really the 1990s in terms of Canadian feminist politics, I'd probably say US politics as well, was really in the wake of second wave feminism, which of course had done wonderful things but had been hugely problematic in terms of its erasures around race, sexuality, class, etc. So intersectionality became the key idea within feminist politics in the 1990s, at least as I experienced and the kinds of things that I was reading. So this is something that critical animal studies does as well. So I like this definition. It's defined as a concept often used in critical theories to describe the ways in which oppressive institutions, racism, sexism, transphobia, ableism, etc., are interconnected and cannot be examined separately from each other. So that made total sense to me. I was like, of course, this is what we want to do. We could see that not having this approach had actually really alienated and harmed all sorts of people that would have been involved, allies, etc., right? So intersectionality made a kind of beautiful sense to me, and it was something that I really embraced. And that meant, of course, critiquing one's own privilege, not just looking outward for the critique of various different institutions or structures, but also looking at one's own privilege, right? This notion that you could be both simultaneously both an oppressor and oppressed. So my feminist work at the time was guided by the feminist maxim, all oppressions are linked. Another important thing that was happening in the 1990s was identity politics. And this is a set of ideas which posits that knowledge and authority to speak is tied to your social location. So there is this idea that, you know, we should not be speaking on behalf of others. Certainly if you're in a position of power, you should be very cautious about how you're representing those with less power. There was a kind of desire to centralize subjugated knowledges, experiential knowledge that had been either marginalized or erased in some ways. So this notion that who you are, how you're positioned in terms of your race or your gender, spoke to what you could say legitimately, what you had the authority to say. Another huge part of the politics that were happening at the time were kind of new ways of thinking about violence against women that of course had been a central issue in women's studies and the feminist movement leading up to that point. And there was a shift towards talking about women who had been in violent situations, to talk about them less as victims, but to start stressing the forms of agency and resistance that they enact. So that's not to say that they aren't victimized and horrible things don't happen to them, but that we would also talk about the ways that even in very dire situations, women are resisting, they are agents. Added into this mix in the 1990s, third world feminisms, the critiques of victim discourses, was central to what was happening in terms of a critical reevaluation of what the feminist movement was doing. So there was texts like this one, Third World Women and the Politics of Feminism, a very famous chapter by Chandra Talpade Mohanty under Western Eyes, Feminist Scholarship and Colonialist Discourse. really questioned the role of Western, particularly white Western women, speaking on behalf of third world women. And again, there was this kind of tendency before to talk about third world women as just being victims, right? And there was this kind of savior complex that was built into white Western feminism and the way that it was positioning third world women and their struggles, and not focusing enough on agency, resistance, their own voices, right? So this question around representation was incredibly important, and there was a pushback to get people to stop representing the other in this way, and certainly try to pay attention to the voices, those marginalized voices, much more. In Canada, people might remember the voice appropriation debates, which are sometimes called the cultural appropriation debates, that were coming out of First Nations critiques of white Western society. There was a very famous essay that was published in the Globe and Mail in 1990 by Lenore Kishik Tobias, Stop Stealing Native Stories, which was talking about writers and other people who use various different First Nations symbolisms and stories to tell their own stories, right? There was this notion of appropriation that then was argued as being a kind of continuation of an imperialist project and an erasure of First Nations identity. So that was also happening in the 1990s. For me, what was going on in Manitoba was I was being exposed to the hog boom that was happening in the province at the time. So basically what had happened was the province had been struggling financially for quite a while. And in order to try to bring business into the province, they basically the province just made their environmental regulations very lax, and they invited these large industrial hog farms into the province. And it just wreaked havoc on small-scale farmers as well as the environment. And so as I was dealing with and thinking through feminist politics and very much engaged with violence against women issues, I was coordinating the Women's Center at the University of Manitoba. I was starting to learn about some of these conditions, which I found absolutely horrifying. And I kept thinking about these sorts of conditions in relationship to the feminist work that I had been doing and my professors who kept saying all oppressions are linked. And so I was trying to bring a discussion about how animals figured into this, and I kept hitting walls. And I mean, I had amazing professors, and it's not to slam them in any way, but their inability to accommodate the non-human animals, to think through the non-human world they just couldn't do it. At the same time, there was anti-globalization protests that were happening. And I was there marching in the streets alongside a number of activists, and I kept seeing images like this. And I don't know if other people have been to protests where you've seen cops or capitalists represented as pigs. But I found this incredibly alienating and just heartbreaking that, the kinds of conditions that we saw before where pigs are in gestation crates where 2 feet by 7 feet crates are not able to turn around. These are some of the most exploited, harmed beings in the world. And that we would be at a protest where those beings then are used to represent, the stuff we don't like about ourselves, the worst stuff about humanity, the sense of greed, gluttony, this power over, right? It just seemed this incredible disconnect. And I felt quite alienated from the left at that point too. Like, these were the people that I should feel in solidarity with, and these were certainly people that, if push came to shove and we were in a violent situation in these protests, I needed to turn to them, and I felt pretty alienated from them. And again, I just felt that there was this huge disconnect between the conditions themselves and who animals were and the kinds of representation that we were engaging in. And I even had a friend who went to one protest, and there were pigs' heads that had been brought from a butcher shop and placed in a row in front of a fence that had a police officer standing behind it. And they had put up a sign that said, "Don't feed the animals." So it was a really strange thing to see, well, how do people that seemingly, the anti-globalization movement was supposed to be intersectional, it was trying to talk about environmentalism, labor issues, queer issues, etc., and still the figure of the animal, right, was getting erased, or not erased, but then in its stead, represented in this really awful way. I was also learning about issues such as vivisection, again keeping in mind all oppressions are linked. It was frustrating that there was not a model within feminist theory to theorize, which to me looked very clearly as a form of oppression. How come we couldn't talk about this or add speciesism into that all oppressions are linked paradigm? At the same time, I was starting to go to places like Farm Sanctuary, which are actually revolutionary for me. As much as I had been interested in animal issues for a long time, I had been studying factory farming for a little while at this point. It was being in the company of actual pigs, in this case, that shifted my thinking about them to an even deeper level. This was a situation where a pig would roll over onto her back for belly rubs. She looked like my cat. It was really mind-blowing to me. There was one that had seemed to be having a nightmare, and she got up in the middle of a dream. She shook herself out of her dream, and she went over, and I assume it was her friend, lay down by her friend and fell back asleep. And so there were things like that that were also driving my interest in animal issues even deeper, and I felt really emotionally moved by actually meeting some of these creatures. So in 2001, I began doing a radio show through CIUT 89.5 FM in Toronto, and I did that program for about 10 years, trying to have a public conversation about animal issues in a way that I felt that it hadn't happened or really wasn't happening enough. And this was before the days of podcasting, so there really wasn't very much animal rights and liberation media around. And I interviewed probably 200, 300 people over a 10-year period. And I got a really good sense, I think, of some of the interesting work that's being done in the animal movements. And I got to interview some of my heroes and speak to some of the people that I was reading. I also decided then to go on to do my master's in environmental studies, where the non-human could be taken into consideration. And I spent most of my time in my master's and most of my PhD actually as well looking at race, gender, and class issues in relationship to animal welfare in Canadian factory farms and slaughterhouses. And I interviewed workers about their experiences. And this came out of the research that I did that was showing a very clear connection between worker conditions as they plummet because of very high line speeds due to capitalism. And we always see an increased line speed, this move towards efficiency in slaughterhouses, ever increasing efficiency. And as that happens, animal welfare goes down, which makes sort of perfect sense, because if you're a guy, and they're usually men, on the line, you're not able to get a proper stun on an animal, for example, if they're moving very quickly past you. Then you have animals that are arriving at some points down the disassembly line, still being conscious, kicking you in the face, etc. And then you have these animals being dismembered alive. So this is a very clear example of the worker conditions, which as those line speeds are increasing, we also see that people's bodies give out, there's carpal tunnel syndrome, there's increased lacerations, etc. And that this is an industry that very intentionally exploits people who are at the bottom of the social hierarchy. We're talking about illegal workers, migrant laborers, industrial migrants, various different disenfranchised people. And the meat industry really has been targeting people in rural areas as well, because they think that people are less inclined to unionize if they're in these more fragmented rural areas. And they're also drawing on people who don't have English as a second language, and they are exploiting all of these different social axes of difference, these ways that they're marginalized, in order to have these absolutely egregious conditions continue. So this then intersected with my work on animal voices, and one of the most memorable shows that I did, and you can still access this now online at animalvoices.ca, I got to speak with a slaughterhouse worker named Virgil Butler in 2005, and he had been actually listening to animal voices for a while, which was amazing. In rural Arkansas, he was an ex-Tyson slaughterhouse worker. He had been a chicken processor and worked on the line, killing chickens. And he had become an animal activist. He'd felt really alienated in rural Arkansas, and Animal Voices ended up being one of the ways that he felt less alone, which was incredible. And it helped give our listeners to Animal Voices an insider's perspective of what this industry looked like. You know, if you go in and you're doing undercover work as an activist or you get hired, you're only seeing just a snapshot of what this looks like from the inside. And so my argument in my master's work was that we need to be talking with people who have been in this industry for a while, because they can give us that longitudinal perspective. And certainly someone like Virgil Butler did that for us as well. So I was trying to carry forward this notion of intersections of oppression, which I had learned through women's studies and feminist theory, and apply it to thinking about the question of the animal, thinking about human-animal relations. And people started to have this conversation more in the 2000s. So this notion that racism, sexism, and speciesism are all intersecting forms of oppression and domination. So just to give you a recap with the work that I did with the radio show, I inherited this program. I was building on the work of transsexual and sex worker activist Mira Soleil-Ross, who had foregrounded intersectional forms of a set of ideas. She had foregrounded intersectionality in her animal work, which was amazing. I was bringing my own research on slaughterhouse labor forward, so this idea, again, looking at racialized, class, and gendered working conditions of meatpacking, thinking about its relationship to animal treatment. I was also thinking about animal ecofeminism, so people like Carol Adams and Josephine Donovan and Linda Burke and others who had been working in this area for some time, talking about the intersectionality of oppression and linking that to animal oppression. And then I was also interested in critiques of animal liberation and the left. I wanted us to cast a more critical gaze on the kind of work that we do in the movement. And I also wanted to challenge people, such as those that I had countered through the anti-globalization movement, to think more critically about animals as being an oppressed group. And to also maybe disrupt some of the stereotypes that they drew on in their own social justice efforts. So what I noticed, though, in the taking forward an intersectional approach is that this is the way that we would see ourselves as being in solidarity with animals. So this notion that the way that we come into coalition with other oppressed groups or to analyze oppression is that we look at shared forms of suffering and victimhood under capitalism, for example. Economic analyses such as those by David Nybert, who's a hero of mine, an amazing sociologist. These kinds of people who are bringing an intersectional analysis to animal politics, because they're drawing on the legacy of intersectionality, do tend to focus on suffering and victimhood as those points of solidarity and coalition. And I think that makes sense, that we would want to do that. But I also think that it's potentially problematic. Just to give you an illustration, this is a painting by Zoosex, who's also a hero of mine. I adore her work. She says, you consume their terror. I think that this is actually very representative of a lot of the animal movements and how they talk about who animals are. That we're going to talk about their terror, their suffering, the ways that they're victimized. And I think that is absolutely understandable given the kind of horrible and hidden oppression that happens to animals. Like, we're talking absolutely, you know, for anybody, most of us here are engaged in these issues, it is mind-blowing how bad it is. So of course we would want to focus here. But is that the only place to build solidarity and coalition? What about resistance and agency? So you can hear the echo of some of the points that I raised earlier about feminism and women's studies, some of the pushback around resistance and agency. And it started to make me think more about how we could talk about animal subjectivity that doesn't just render non-human animals as being victims and as suffering subjects. To talk about their subjectivity in more complex ways, in richer ways. And I'll say, just as a caveat, as I'm putting forward my ideas about how we might do this or do this more, that I've seen it actually be more effective in my own teaching. That I have taught classes in animal law where I focus mostly on suffering and victimhood of animals. And those courses are less effective in terms of motivating students to be involved or to address these issues than my classes that talk about animal subjectivity in a broader way, where we talk about suffering and victimhood, but we talk about resistance, we talk about agency, we talk about animals' emotions, their social lives, and their cultures. So it's also now informed by at least 4 years of work where I see this as to be a more effective model, where we're talking about coalition building that includes richer forms of animal subjectivity, as I mentioned, resistance and agency. I thought it was interesting that the animal ecofeminist movement, which has so largely been interested in marginalized voices and the interlocking forms of oppression and intersectionality, that right now that there's been a huge absence of sex workers' voices within animal rights theory, within feminist animal rights theory in particular, that has talked about issues of prostitution and pornography. And this became more concerning to me because I was doing a show that I was inheriting from somebody who is a sex worker. And I wanted to do intersectional work, and I was looking at feminist animal rights theory and seeing that when we talk about prostitution and pornography and we do intersectional work to try to understand the oppression of women and its interconnection to the oppression of non-human animals, that we keep talking about both sets of subject as being necessarily victims. And we're not talking about resistance and agency when we talk about those two groups. And I don't think that's an accident. I think in some ways, again, it's kind of the logic of intersectionality where we would focus on domination and oppression as being the point of solidarity, the point of connection. So, but I think that that excludes richer forms of subjectivity, not only for non-human animals, but also for sex workers as well, that the sex workers movement itself is not making its way into feminist animal rights theory. Why is that? This became a pressing concern for me, and it opened up the beginning of my dissertation, actually, a discussion about that. So there was an absence also of animal voices outside of suffering and victimhood, and this became probably the central motivating concern in my work, that how do we talk about intersectional theory, the animal movements, representation, without kind of reducing animals to subjects who are just victims, who are just suffering. We become the voice of the voiceless, these suffering others. So how do we not do that? And I think we're starting to see shifts moving away from that model, trying to take forward intersectional approaches, but also talk about richer versions of subjectivity for humans and non-human animals as well. So just to give you a little bit of an example for how this started to play out in animal voices as I was developing this analysis, my co-host at the time, Carl Orjachowski, who also did the film Maximum Tolerated Dose, we started to notice that after year, when we would interview people about the seal hunt, that it became almost impossible to find somebody who could talk about seals outside of this moment of death or them being skinned alive on the ice. But we just couldn't find anybody who could talk about who the seals were, their social relationships, the relationships between mothers and their babies, what their lives look like outside of this moment of terrible pain and suffering, which of course we should be talking about. And of course we wanted to do intersectional work. So we had talked to people about labor issues, and we talked to people about First Nations issues in relationship to the commercial seal hunt. But we couldn't find anybody in various different activist groups that could talk to us about who seals were. And this to me seemed shocking. So then we started to talk, well, we gotta find somebody. Somebody can talk to us about who seals are. We ended up interviewing someone named Fred Brummer, who is a wonderful nature photographer and who spent a lot of time hanging out with seals, and who could tell us about mothers giving birth to their babies and their sense of smell. And it was really beautiful interview. And he actually said, I'm not willing to talk to you about the politics of the seal hunt. And we said, that's okay, we had that covered, but we want you to talk about who seals are. And just because I know this is a critical audience, I'm imagining some people are going to be saying, well, there's no full representation, and that can be an act of, extreme arrogance to say we know how to represent animals, and you're just doing something that could be as equally kind of imperialist or appropriative, that you know how to represent animals. So I'm not saying that this is what we're doing. This is an attempt to try to give a richer version of animal subjectivity while recognizing the impossibility of that task, and that we would always have to be reflective about how we do that. And so that was kind of the happy medium that we reached with animal voices. Like, this is a flawed enterprise, but it's one that we will engage in because it at least helps remediate the problems that we had seen, which was about this kind of reduction to animal subjectivity being one of victimhood and suffering. So, if I haven't convinced you already that this is a major problem in the animal movements, and that voice is a really important way that we're talking about the work that we're doing, and that there's a whole set of assumptions built into that, and I would say humanism that's often built into that notion of being the voice of the voiceless. It's necessarily assuming that animals don't have their own voices. And I think politically they don't, but there's a kind of double move in there where we're also erasing the potential that they have their own voices. So just as a quick overview of some of the organizations, just organizations, that I found when I started to ask this question, look at these problematics in my dissertation. These were some that I found that drew on voice in their titles. I find this stunning. I mean, it's really everywhere. You'll start hearing it everywhere. I'm not going to read through all of these, but you can see that voice is this important way that people are talking about their work. So trying to understand this better and unpack it a little bit more, the voice of the voiceless is potentially, although I would say that it's connected to a larger social and cultural understanding of voice, but at least in part, the animal movement's legacy and their use of this metaphor is tied to, in part, as I said, Ella Wheeler Wilcox's poem, The Voice of the Voiceless. And I won't read through this, but it gives you a sense of how she was thinking about animals, the humane movements at the time, and this has then been used by various different animal organizations at the beginning of their magazines or the beginning of a book or on a website. It kind of sets up what we're doing, the project of the animal movements. And of course, I'm not slamming this. I'm just trying to understand it a little bit in its historical context, potentially why we have this legacy of voice that we're bringing into the animal movements today. So there's been very little discussion about this so far in the animal movements. And as I said, I think this is starting to shift, but I just wanted to highlight a couple of examples, or at least one example here, of somebody trying to interrupt this discourse around voice, the voice of the voiceless. Patrice Jones does a really eloquent job of doing that. This was in her address at the Grassroots Animal Rights Conference in 2005. So she says, "We must take responsibility for ending human exploitation of the earth and other animals, just as men must actively support women in the struggle against sexism, and white people must work hard to divest ourselves of the illegitimate power and privilege that come with being white. Of course, feminists would never tolerate men trying to run the movement against sexism. And could you imagine what would have happened if, when I was doing anti-racist work, I had run around saying, 'I am the voice of the black man'? There are no such natural checks on self-importance in the animal liberation movement. We have people running around claiming to be the voice of the voiceless, as if animals don't have voices of their own. That heroic attitude makes it easy to assume that you know what's best for the animals without stopping to wonder what they might say if you ask them and were able to understand their answers." So I started to look at this metaphor more closely. It's amazing to me that I basically wrote 350 pages on a metaphor for my dissertation. People who are in their PhDs, I pay you all. This is what we do. But I really got interested in how people talk about voice, what they actually mean. And if we can take that assumption as truth in some way, that social justice movements are very invested in this notion of voice, I wanted to understand better what they mean when they talk about voice. So if we look at other social justice models and how they're talking about voice, maybe this could give us some guidance about how to move forward in a way that is not appropriative of animals' voices, it doesn't reduce their voices, but tries to get at some of the versions of subjectivity that are packed into that metaphor right now that are being used by various different schools of thought. So I looked at Black feminist theory, critical pedagogy, anti-racist theory, some post-colonial, decolonial theory, in trying to understand what people actually mean when they talk about voice. So one of well, I guess there was a whole series of things that I discovered. Some themes that repeat throughout discourse about voice is that voice is almost always attached to a notion of subjectivity. So one's own perspectives, desires, preferences in the world, your point of view. So it's attached to a notion of subjectivity. It's about foregrounding experiential knowledge as being a legitimate form of knowledge. So when people talk about, I have a voice, they're talking about their own experiential knowledge. Often voice, interestingly enough, in its political register, so I'm not talking about when people talk about voice as a linguistic or writerly voice, where you're talking about a kind of authentic voice coming out. The political notion of voice is a little bit different. And one of the things that makes it different, how these various different social justice authors and activists are using this, is that voice is always dialogical, it's always in relation. So part of the reason that makes the voice metaphor so powerful is that there's someone who's hearing it. It's always about reception, that there's the voice that is being spoken, but it's also then being received. And that voice also is always about resistance. There's this notion of resistance that's packed into this metaphor over and over again in other social justice fields of thought. So I started to think about how I could bring that forward as a model for doing animal politics and animal theory in critical animal studies. And the title of my dissertation, The Ventriloquist Burden, was trying to understand the accusation that had been lobbed against the animal movements that we are taking up the ventriloquist burden. This is the accusation by an author named Richard Horowitz, who wrote a book called Hog Ties. And he basically said that the animal movements were basically like US imperialists. And for people who are familiar with Rudy Kipling's poem, The White Man's Burden, that poem was taken up to mean that the US colonization of the Philippine Islands and elsewhere was part of a noble enterprise where we are taking up the white man's burden. And it's interesting that in the critiques of the animal movements have been accused of the quote, unquote, the ventriloquist burden. Again, of this kind of appropriation, the act of colonialism, of speaking for the other. So in this new method, I wanted to be aware of those sort of critiques around appropriation, colonialism, imperialism that are built into this notion of being animals' voices. I wanted to critique victim discourses, and as I've mentioned now a couple times, I wanted to put forward richer and more complex versions of subjectivity that would include but extend beyond victimhood and suffering, combined with intersectional analyses. So when we look at different social justice movements, I don't know if anybody's familiar with this text by Gord Hill, 500 Years of Resistance, which documents Indigenous voices. It looks at resistance. It says, even though we've been terribly oppressed, and it maps a colonization, European colonization of Indigenous peoples in North America, it also says there's always been an active resistance in which we've also been agents. So we can see, again, in other movements, there's a recognition, an increasing recognition, I would say, of talking about subjectivity in terms of resistance and agency beyond just victimhood and suffering. For people who are interested or who are familiar with anarchist theory at all, or the anarchist movements, you might be familiar with the anarchist militia, women's militia from the Spanish Civil War. These were women that were fighting fascism. So I think that, you know, in terms of social justice movements in general, we start to see these kinds of images crop up more. There's an increasing recognition that various different oppressed groups fight back. This is part of how we talk about social justice movements, I would say increasingly so in the West. We also talk about resistance in terms of the Chipko movement. This is another one that's often discussed. This was a movement growing out of India. Peasant women led this movement against the forest industry in India. It was based on these our Gandhian principles of nonviolence, where people were hugging trees in order to prevent them from being felled. So these are the kinds of stories that are coming out more and more, where we're recognizing resistance, we're recognizing agency, even in very dire situations. We haven't been so good with doing this in the animal movements, but I would say the work of Jason Reibel in particular has really been revolutionary in this area. He wrote a series of papers before he published this text. He wrote an article. He's published a lot of articles through Counterpunch, actually. He has an article called Animals Are Part of the Working Class, A Challenge to Labor History, that came out in 2003. Animals, Agency, and Class, Writing the History of Animals from Below, that came out in 2007. And then this text from 2011, which documents animal resistance, which then I was very excited because I could take some of Rival's work. I had been interviewing him since 2006, but having this text was so incredible because I could start more concertedly integrating notions of animal resistance into the intersectional theory that I had been doing. In his book, he highlights examples like tyke. Do people know about tyke? Okay, tyke is an African elephant. She was part of a circus industry for a number of years. In 1994, in Honolulu, actually, she ended up killing her trainer and mauling her groomer during a circus performance, and then escaping the facilities. And then she ran for about 30 minutes before police were able to kill her. They fired 86 shots into her and she died. So this is one of the stories that Rival focuses on in his historical account of animal resistance. He also talks about an example from 2009 in which 9 Japanese macaques, or snow monkeys, they escaped from the Oregon National Primate Research Center in Hillsborough. They were all recaptured, but it was a good example of how animals, potentially anyway, we could say that they're resisting. They escaped. There was a worker that was fairly new there who had locked the facility, or he had locked a door, but he closed the door, but he hadn't fully locked it, and they were able to get out. Later in one of the news reports, people were saying, oh, they were enjoying the sunshine. It's weird how these stories actually enter the news, because often they're kind of in the heartwarming section of the news, like, oh, here's these little creatures and they escaped. Isn't that adorable? Instead of realizing, like, why are they escaping and what is the industry about? So I think that it's also interesting how animal resistance gets taken up in the mainstream news media. It can often be very depoliticized or so-called apolitical. So that's something to watch for as well. I really love Jason Rival's work, but I wanted to just do a little bit of a critique, or I said maybe something supplemental that we might think about as well, as we start to focus more on agency and resistance, that I think that Rival has a tendency to focus on those more dramatic examples of animal escapes as illustrating animal resistance. And I think that it's important, thinking about the work of somebody like James Scott, who wrote a very excellent book called Weapons of the Weak, to focus on daily acts of resistance as well, that are not just based on these kind of more dramatic kind of escapes. So one of the things that I did last summer was I was part of the Open the Cages tour, which was a traveling caravan of filmmakers and musicians, and me, a professor, who were traveling around trying to raise awareness about animal experimentation. And in the talk that I gave, I spoke about stumbling upon, actually, in my research, some of the research animal resources coming out of the University of Minnesota. But this isn't true just of the University of Minnesota. I found it elsewhere as well. And what we can see by paying attention to how these universities are talking about animals is that actually this notion that animals are resistors and agents is built into their handling practices, which I think is informative for recognizing that animals are resistors, right? That they do resist even when they're not escaping in the end, or even when it's not made visible through the news media. So this, I just thought, was an interesting example of these kind of everyday acts of resistance. Some of the work that I do in my classes, we talk about animal culture. I was asked to develop a class called Animals in Cross-Cultural Perspective, and I assumed that I would be talking about how various different human cultures understand animals all over the world. And what I noticed is I stumbled into what they call the animal culture war, which is about whether or not culture is strictly a human phenomenon. And there's people such as Hal Whitehead and Luc Rendell from the University of Dalhousie in Halifax who have been making an argument for animal culture, specifically whale culture, which I think is really important. So one of the things that we do at the beginning of that class is to talk about what happens to whales, and as part of talking about whaling and those sorts of issues, we talk about whale culture. So the Eastern Pacific sperm whales, the argument that Hal Whitehead and Luc Rendell make is that these large clans that are about 1,000 or so whales that have these overlapping areas, they have different dialects. They actually talk about it in terms of how Whitehead talks about this in terms of multiculturalism. They have different dialects, they have different food foraging techniques, they have different social conventions, but they have almost identical nuclear DNA, which is very interesting. So they're not really that different genetically, but they have different cultural, they're just different culturally. And one of the things that they noticed in their research was that during El Nino, the regular clan of these Eastern Pacific sperm whales, the regular clan, usually who are great feeders, they were less successful during El Nino. So during warmer years, they don't tend to do as well. But the +1 clan, this other major clan, does very well when it's warmer and El Nino rolls around. And the only reason for this, they concluded, was that it had to do something with their cultural variation. So they make the argument, which I love, is that we should think about animal culture and recognize it not only because it's important to talk about who animals are, but also because in light of something like global warming, it becomes very important that you would need to understand population resilience in terms of culture as well. That if you're trying to understand how a population is resilient or not resilient, or how it's going to do in the face of global warming, something like what we see when El Nino happens as being relevant is obviously really important. So that was, I think, a really powerful example of culture. Another example that they give is the North Atlantic right whale, and they talk about how the North Atlantic right whale, who has been very heavily hunted, they've basically reduced the population size to now, through whaling, to a few hundred. And that what they're noticing is that even though we have enough whales where you would think that they could have a population, have that population be more resilient, is that basically what's happening is that population is struggling. And why is that so? Well, they're hypothesizing because these whales tend to eat only in selected areas, that traditional knowledge has actually been lost by some of those members of that group. So when you're talking about non-human animals as having elders and traditional knowledge, I think this helps shift a conversation away, again, from just talking about animals as being suffering victims. It helps us start to map a more complex and richer version of who they are. And this becomes really crucial for not only just because we want to think about animals in more complex ways, but this is important information also for conservation initiatives as well, as Hal Whitehead and Luc Rendell argue. Okay, thank you. The dolphins of Shark Bay, Australia, I'm just trying to pull out some examples that I think you'll find interesting and that I'm really in love with. The dolphins of Shark Bay, Australia, do people know about this or what's going on here in this example? Anybody? Okay, well, basically this is a strategy for hunting. These dolphins, the bottlenose dolphins of Shark Bay, Australia, they have mother-offspring cultural transmission, and it's just these dolphins that do it, and they've probably been doing it for over 100 years, where the mothers teach their offspring about this technique called sponging, and they put these natural sponges on their rostra, on their beaks, and they basically use it as a way of getting a quick meal. They put the sponges on their beaks, and then they dive down into the mucky floor, and they push up these bottom feeders, these fish, that they usually wouldn't be able to detect because they're usually using echolocation, which they're sending out sonar and then it's bouncing back to them because it's hitting the fish bladders, which means that you're only going to be able to hunt those fish that have fish bladders. So this is a really good way of accessing all those fish that you wouldn't usually be able to, because you're able to kick up all those bottom feeders at the bottom of the ocean, which is really awesome that they do this. And then they teach their offspring how to do that, and then they pass it on down generations. So it's social learning that's passed down through generation, not based on genetic inheritance, which is a definition of culture. It's the one that I would say that we should use. It's a non-anthropocentric definition of culture, and very clear example of cultural learning. So just to make this clear, the sponges that are on their rostra, they're just protecting them because if they're sliding along the bottom there, they would injure themselves. So it's a way of protecting their beaks. I'd also direct people to the work of Mark Bekoff. He has a really fantastic book that he wrote with Jessica Pierce called Wild Justice, The Moral Lives of Animals. It's an excellent text. It talks about the ways in which various different animal groups, such as wolf packs, have their own social conventions. Excuse me. They also have ways that if somebody does something wrong or steps outside of the moral code, they have ways of reprimanding those animals, of ways of bringing them back in as well. When I teach my animals and the law classes, we talk about how notions of justice and morality we assume are human. But it's interesting to think about non-human animals also possessing their own notions of morality and justice as well. So taking some of those insights from Mark Bekoff's work and then bringing it into an intersectional analysis that talks about race, gender, class, all those sorts of things, I think is really helpful. There's also Jeffrey Moussaoff-Messon's work. He wrote an excellent text called The Pig Who Sang to the Moon, The Emotional World of Farm Animals. So this is a way of bringing in animals' emotional lives. Bringing in animals' emotional lives, their sociality, etc. I find this an excellent complement to intersectional analyses that focus more on domination, suffering, oppression, to supplement it with also talking about animals' lives outside of the context of factory farms, outside of the context of talking about workers and their own suffering in factory farming, but to also talk about animals, and I would say humans as well, in richer ways, where their subjectivity isn't really reduced to that suffering and victimhood status. But before I leave you with the impression that somehow, people like Jason Reibel or myself or others who are working in this field who are focused on agency and resistance, and I don't want to make it sound like we're the ones who discovered this by any means. I had the opportunity to interview Margaret Robinson, who is a Mi'kmaq scholar, an activist in Toronto. And I interviewed her just a little while ago, and she talks about how vegan values are compatible with Mi'kmaq traditions. She sees continuity there. And she says, non-human animals within Mi'kmaq traditions have always been thought of as agents. So it's important to recognize that there are First Nations examples, lots of First Nations examples of thinking about animals in more complex ways and recognizing them as agents as well. Certainly richer versions of subjectivity are present. So, in conclusion, I just wanted to highlight sort of a couple points that I would leave you with. So I would like us in the animal movements, and included within that critical animal studies, to increasingly move away from a politics of charity to a politics of solidarity and coalition, where we foster greater humility, more listening, knowing that it's always an impossible task, but to try to listen with humility, and the centralizing of animal voices and other marginalized voices that isn't just based on suffering and victimhood, included. I'm not saying we don't talk about that stuff. We talk about victimhood and suffering, but we also extend beyond that to talk about agency and resistance and richer versions of subjectivity. And I think that, and what I've noticed in my own research, that is a more powerful way of getting people on side, of opening the conversation, and of motivating people to act. Thank you very much for your attention.
a little. I don't want to do a question.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like we always leave like 10 minutes for anyone, or about 10 minutes for people's questions. Lauren will answer.
Okay.
In French or English, I'll translate if need be. Yes.
I think it's really interesting you were talking about like images of animal and voice, because that seems to be like a big topic for critical animal studies right now. Is I'm thinking, I was looking at the schedule for the conference in Houston, and Amber George and Marie Hauser are doing presentations on it, and then I think Anthony Michelle is making too. But I'm wondering, kind of coming out of their abstracts and stuff, what are kind of your thoughts on activists or people in critical animal studies, like on Facebook or what have you, sharing like images, videos of like happy animals, farmed animals that have been rescued, or maybe not even rescued, but just like I'm thinking in specific the one where the cows go out and they see snow. And they're not actually liberated; they're enslaved. And I'm just wondering where you place that.
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think the classic academic response is it's complicated. I think it's really complicated. That I think that a lot of times if you can show a video like that, I'm speaking from a privileged position, because I might show a video like that in my class and then we have a discussion about it and we contextualize that image a bit more. I think sometimes the way that images can circulate on the internet can be very surface and decontextualized. So I think that they can have a use, but I'd also be concerned about how they just sort of reinforce a kind of consumption of an animal. Like, here's this, there's a disconnection there that can happen as well. So I would say those images can be useful, but I would like to see like a larger contextualization of those images. Where are those images coming from? Who made them? What are the conditions of those animals outside of that particular moment? I think that's useful. So I like seeing them, but I guess as the movement, I think, is trying to shift in this direction, I would say that it's a call for, and I say this as a professor, for more homework to be done as well. I don't want people to just think, oh, here's this happy pig frolicking around, check mark, it's showing animals' lives outside of suffering and victimhood. That we would actually really want to engage with cognitive ethology, people like Mark Beckhoff who are doing ethical fieldwork, to actually get to know animals on a deeper level and to really pay attention to them in a way that isn't just like click, 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 let the image proliferate. So I think that it's interesting that with other social justice movements, we would never think that we're finished at any point. Like, once I became interested in feminist issues and violence against women, I didn't think I knew everything I could about women's lives. I knew that would be a lifelong project. And I would like to see more of that in the animal movements. I had one professor who said to me, critical animal study, who's interested in critical animal studies, he said, why do we need to talk about animals? Because we already know what they don't like. And I found that really troubling. That why would we have to talk about animals? We already know what they don't like. That is not something that I'm interested in my own work. I hope that we can shift away from that that greater paying attention to their lives. People like Barbara Smuts, who's a psychologist who does work. She's done work with baboons. She's done work with dogs in a respectful fieldwork context. She talks about the importance of paying attention and really being with animals and let them inform our relationships, see them as teachers, etc. So I would say they can be useful, more context, and then I'd like to see people go deeper with their research and to understand that knowing non-human animals is a lifelong project, and this research should be something that we're always engaged with and not just done because you showed, like I said, happy kittens or something like that. You know what I mean? That seems also very problematic. Yes?
I'm surprised when you mentioned Voice of the Voiceless, you did not reference the liberation theologist Oscar Romero. I'd like you to compare and contrast that interpretation of his framework for being a voice of the voiceless to what you presented here. On a second notion, I'd like to offer you an alternative perspective to interpreting the subject. We can deconstruct existence and experience in two ways, one through events and one through subjects. You've chosen the latter. Subjects can be interpreted much more broadly than what we're seeing here. And I'm not just referring to plants. Speaking, you mentioned cultures. The languages also can be interpreted as subjects. Artifacts, their civilizations, the concept of the subjectivity is extraordinary. Well, even heritage, when we destroy heritage probably should also be offered the same voice that you're presenting in your work here. So I'd like you to perhaps analyze that perspective and give me feedback on what notions you extract.
You said Oscar Romero?
Yes.
I don't know his work, so I can't speak to that.
The liberation theologist, he was the Papa Nuncio in El Salvador.
I will certainly look into it. I can't speak to that. But I can say something more about your second question. So what I didn't talk about in this presentation was Donna Haraway. And my dissertation was actually, although this might not have come across this way, was a conversation with Donna Haraway because I was really influenced by her work. And she's actually somewhat of a villainized character in critical animal studies because she's seen as doing potentially kind of abstract work or not condemning institutionalized animal exploitation in all contexts. But she talks about agency and subjectivity of non-human animals in a way I think you're getting at, which is to talk about non-human agency of nature in general, to have a much more expanded version. I think there's lots of people who are doing that kind of work now that are talking about the agency of objects even. And technologies to act on us. I think all that work is really interesting and important. Some of it's very depoliticized, I think, in some ways, and that can be problematic. But I'm not excluding that. But in recognizing a multiplicity of forms of agency and subjectivity, I don't want to lose the particularity of animals' subjectivities. So while I can recognize that greater field or to talk about the interlaps or the way that they might be impacting other forms of subjectivity, non-human subjectivity more broadly, I don't want to just talk about them in this wash. I still find it useful to talk about the particularities of non-human animal existence and their particular forms of subjectivity in a way that doesn't mean that I'm not interested in those other fields of thought. Most of my colleagues coming out of my master's and my PhD are environmental studies students who are exactly doing that kind of work, that we're talking about forms of nature, technology, etc., in this this way that was acknowledging agency. But I don't want to lose the animal in particular. My supervisor, Kate Sandilands, reminded me throughout the writing of my dissertation not to lose the animal. And that's why I still hold on to that piece to talk about animal subjectivity. I think that people, have raised similar questions when I've given a talk like this and said, well, can we use different ideas beyond voice? And it's like we could, and there's a multiplicity of different angles we could approach this, but voice is a major metaphor, and we're still in the midst of it. We're in that cultural soup. So instead of abandoning it, I want to just talk about it in, I think, richer ways. Well, I'm still open to thinking about agency outside of voice, agency outside of non-human animals, but I'm not willing to let go of the category of animal subjectivity as being an important one that does useful work in the world, I think.
We'll take one last question, because we're going to have to move to the next topic.
No, you can sit here.
Okay. Question? Well, no, so that's great. Well, thanks again, Lauren.
Notes and notes and tons of notes.
Thank you.
I'll give it back. I'll give you back your key. Oh, wait. I'll give you back your key. Oh, this is your too. Oh, I guess it's yours. This one's mine, yeah. This one. Ça, c'est le micro. Pourquoi il a enlevé du... Il a enlevé d'où? Ah, excuse. Attends un peu. Faut que j'aille... Ah, c'est parce que tu connais bien les PC aussi? Mais il est long? Non. Mais il est là? Je
T'imagines, il y en a deux, je tu vérifies?
Finalement, on a commencé meilleur.
Ouais, c'est ça, fait que ça a rattrapé le...
Okay, if everyone could get back to their seat, we'll continue with Valéry. In fact, it's really my pleasure to introduce Valéry Giroux, because she's not only my friend, she has been my teacher, but also she has been my inspiration. She's really a role model for me. Sorry to embarrass you. She was in fact the one to convince me to go vegan after 15 years of vegetarianism, of which I'm profoundly ashamed of, as Stephen Hahn had said. So going vegan really transformed my life, and I was the kind of apolitical animal scholars that we are criticizing here. I've been for a couple of years, and when I met her, she gave me the theoretical tools and also the confidence to publicly oppose to animal exploitation. She is our first PhD in animal ethics in Quebec. She also gave the first seminar on animal ethics in winter 2012. And she also has published many articles on animal ethics. She is currently translating Gary Franchion's book, Eat Like You Care. When will that go out? Come out? Okay, it will be translated in French soon. She wrote her PhD thesis, which is available online in French, on the extension of basic rights to non-human animals, to sentient animals. So rights to bodily integrity, rights to liberty, and right to life. And tonight she will be focusing on the right to liberty. You can ask her a question about the other rights too at the end, but like the right to liberty is really more disputed than the other two rights. So let's warmly welcome Valéry.
Thank you. Hello everyone, thank you for being here. Thank you very, very much to Maude, Christiane, and all the members of the Students for Critical Animal Studies. I'm really glad to be here. What I'd like to present to you today is, as Christiane said, is the last portion actually of the argument that I've been working on in my PhD dissertation in philosophy at University of Montreal. First, in a nutshell, I'll introduce the general structure of the argument, and then I'll go into further details about its last section and its focus on the exploitation per se of sentient beings. So, we generally accept that an act of discrimination needs to be justified by a valid moral reason in order to be morally acceptable. According to Aristotle, though different cases can be treated differently, similar cases a priori should be treated similarly. To discriminate between two beings without valid justification merely on their respective species would be speciesist, and morally speaking, it'd be just as wrong as racism, sexism, homophobia. Most of our acts of discrimination between species present no ethical problem. It is certainly all right for the director of a university, for instance, to refuse admission to all non-humans. In most cases, there is a valid justification for treating humans and non-humans differently. Unfortunately, some types of discrimination are much more problematic, and among these, the most crucial concern our attribution of certain fundamental moral and legal rights. Fundamental legal rights, as affirmed by the Supreme Court of Canada, more than any other type of rights, create a thick barrier of protection around individuals. And even though they are never absolute, they admit only very exceptional derogations. And from the interest-based rights perspective, which explains much better than the will theory of the function of rights why we consider that all human beings have rights, fundamental legal rights are there to protect some of the interests that the legal subjects might have. Usually our most important interest, or those closely tied to the inherent value of a person. The interest-based rights approach, combined with the Aristotelian principle that like cases should be treated alike, leads us to the principle of equal consideration of interests. This principle demands that equal interests be treated equally, regardless of any characteristic that is not logically linked to the treatment at issue. If we want to give an individual a right based on a certain interest that we consider this individual might have, then we need to grant every other being who might have this same interest that same right, unless we have a valid moral reason not to do so. Christiane also mentioned it, but what I'm concerned with are what I focused on were the three basic interests that are intimately linked to what can be considered the most fundamental of our human rights. They are, first, the interest in not suffering, which forms the basis of the right not to be tortured or the right to physical security. Second, the interest in continued existence, which provides the grounds for the right to not be killed or the right to live. And third, the interest in not being used, which gives rise to the right to not be enslaved or appropriated, or the right to liberty. Because I prefer to use the allocated time I have to focus on the last of these three rights, let's take for granted that it is very possible and even probable that all sentient beings have an interest in not suffering and an interest in staying alive. Since the fundamental right not to be tortured and not to be killed serve the purpose of protecting these respective interests, the principle of equal consideration of interests forces us to grant all sentient beings the fundamental rights to physical security and the fundamental legal rights to life. It follows that unless we have valid moral reasons not to reach this conclusion, there is no justification for inflicting pain on sentient beings or for killing them, even painlessly. But what about using animals in a soft and gentle way, without killing them? There are many uses of animals that seem to not necessarily implicate either pain or death. Are these practices morally defendable, even though we would never use human beings the same way, at least without their consent? What could make these uses morally acceptable if they involve non-human animals, but unacceptable if they involve human ones? It should be noted that an indirect argument could and should alone suffice to convince us to stop all sorts of animal exploitation. Many of the purposes that are served by the exploitation of animals could theoretically be reached by methods that don't involve pain or death. Nonetheless, the animals we are currently using for our ends are, as a matter of fact, suffering and dying. Indeed, we only have to think of the animals we raise for their milk, eggs, and wool, those we use for entertainment or sports, the ones we exploit for the help they can provide to the physically disabled or for search and rescue missions, the animals who we use for scientific purposes, or the ones we use for companionship or pets. Right now, the immense majority of these sentient non-humans are indeed suffering from our use of them and will die prematurely because of their exploitation. Could it be different? Will it be different? What are the chances that we'll be one day able to exploit animals without violating their interest in not suffering and their interest in not dying? As Gary Francione argues, as long as animals are our property, it will be a practical impossibility to respect their interest in not suffering and their interest in not being killed. As long as they're considered things, merchandise, property, or resources, they will simply continue to be used as mere means to human ends and suffer and die for it. The property status of animals makes it impossible to genuinely balance their interest when they are opposed to even the most trivial human interests. Just as human slaves' interests could never win when weighted against their owner's interests. Animal slaves' interests are doomed to be forgotten or pushed aside as soon as there is some economic advantage to be gained from the denial of these interests, even of the most fundamental. The only solution to avoid inflicting pain on non-human animals, Professor Francione argues, is to do away with this property status and to grant every sentient being the most fundamental and pre-legal right not to be used at all by humans. This was a practical and sort of indirect argument, but I believe that there is a more direct argument that also leads to the abolition of all forms of animal exploitation. Even if it was possible to treat non-humans as mere means to our ends without inflicting any pain upon them and without killing them, we would still have to be able to explain why this should be considered morally different from a humane form of human slavery. As Francione says, the more vicious ways of exploiting a being are obviously worse than the less vicious ones. But this doesn't mean that the latter types of exploitation are morally acceptable. Human slavery, however humanely managed it could theoretically be, would stay totally unacceptable. So Why would humane animal slavery be morally acceptable? How could we morally justify treating human and non-human animal slavery so differently? Is it possible that only humans have an interest in not being used per se, in not having their freedom of movement restricted, in not being bought and sold, in not being submitted to the arbitrary will of an owner? It is hard to identify precisely what causes every human being to have a fundamental interest in not being enslaved, however humanely they are treated. What does it mean exactly to be free? In political philosophy, the concept of liberty is sometimes defined as the capacity for a being to realize her nature, to self-determine, or to control her own passions. From the vocabulary favored by Isaiah Berlin, this type of liberty is called positive liberty, and it rests on the autonomy of the agent. This is the kind of liberty that seems to interest authors such as Alasdair Cochrane, who believes that there are only certain human beings, those who have the capacity to frame, revise, and pursue their own conception of the good, who can have an intrinsic interest in being free. The main problem with Cochrane's analysis is that the positive concept of liberty is not the only paradigm of freedom. In fact, it is not even the one that is favored by most authors who prefer the negative concept of liberty. Yet, negative liberty simply refers to the absence of interference from others, interference that would prevent agents from doing what they want. Based on this interpretation of liberty, it seems that all the beings who can move freely, who are capable of intentionality, and who can be moved by their own desires or preferences, can get hurt if their motivations or inclinations are stopped by an external agent. We now have good reason to suppose that all sentient beings are capable of intentional actions, beliefs, and desires or preferences. It is not necessary that an individual be autonomous in the Kantian sense in order to have an interest in being negatively free. To have this type of interest, it is indeed sufficient that the interference from others, which prevents the individuals to do as she wishes, inherently causes her damage. But all sentient non-humans, even if they were moved only by their instincts or their desires and never by their rationality, would still be hurt if an agent prevented them from behaving as they are inclined to behave, since it would cause them to feel pain, fear, anxiety, stress, or at the very least, frustration. For this reason, it seems reasonable to conclude that sentient animals have a certain kind of interest in being free. More precisely, they have an interest in the negative type of liberty. From this perspective, the difference between an intrinsic and an instrumental interest in liberty collapses. Thus, if the concept of freedom is interpreted in its negative sense, as it usually is, it seems that all sentient animals can have a genuine interest in being free and, as a result, deserve the right to benefit from this freedom. That said, it doesn't follow that the negative liberty of all animals used by human beings for their own ends would necessarily be violated. Indeed, it seems plausible to imagine certain cases where an animal could still be the property of a human owner without getting much interference from his masters. Let's take the example of a dog born in a human society who has been taught to cross the streets at green lights only, exclusively through positive reinforcement training methods, with the use of rewards only and no punishment whatsoever. This dog is free to go wherever he wants, even outside through his dog door with no leash or collar, to eat and drink when he wants, and to rest when he feels like it, without ever being limited in his initiatives. This dog could keep his property status and yet never suffer from the interferences of his owner in his activities. His negative interest in being free is being respected, even if legally it is still a thing as opposed to a person. Can we then conclude that it is possible, at least theoretically, to exploit sentient non-humans like that dog while respecting their interest in liberty? Should we follow Cochrane in saying that it would be sufficient to improve the way we treat the sentient animals we use for our pleasure and to refrain from killing them? saying that an animal can be free while still owned by a human being is highly counterintuitive. The situation of this dog is analogous to what is denounced by some authors who criticize the concept of negative liberty, in observing that it opens the door to the possibility for human slaves to be considered free, as long as their master is nice enough not to exercise his power to do as he pleases with them. Our dog is free to move around as he pleases and capable of satisfying his desires, but because he is legally considered as the property of his owner, he is still constantly at risk to lose this liberty, since his master can suddenly decide to treat him differently or to give him to another owner not as nice. Similarly, because they find themselves under the authority of their master, the human slaves who are owned by a good master who don't interfere in their day-to-day lives are still dominated by their owner, who can always decide to exert more control over them or to start limiting their negative freedom. In these circumstances, can we say that the dog and the slaves owned by good masters are really free? Isn't it the case that their interest in liberty involves more than freedom from interference? Many political philosophers think that an interpretation of liberty which reduces freedom to the absence of external constraints forces us to admit that the slaves can be free, which is, in their opinion, deeply counterintuitive and clearly unsatisfactory. In order to avoid this implication, these authors are trying to resurrect a third concept of liberty, the one that was favored by English anti-monarchists in the beginning of the 17th century. These dissidents claimed that the subjects submitted to the authority of a supreme monarch could never be considered free. Indeed, even if their king was tolerant and let them do what they wanted without interfering in their lives, the subjects would still be living under the constant threat of seeing their lives turned upside down by his decision to start limiting their movements or other initiatives. And it is, in their opinion, this precariousness in itself that violates the political liberty of the subjects. As Quentin Skinner wrote, by emphasizing its prerogative rights, the Crown was laying claim to a form of discretionary and hence arbitrary power that had the effect of reducing the freeborn people of England to a condition of bondage and servitude. Contemporary authors such as Quentin Skinner and Philippe Petit believe that the notion of freedom has more to do with the absence of domination than with that of interference. In their view, being free means not being subjected to other people, not being subordinated to others' people's will, and not being subjected to their moods and desires. These authors think that non-interference is insufficient. True liberty requires the freedom from the arbitrary power of others. What is meant by arbitrary power is the power to interfere as one wants, with complete impunity or in a manner that places the agent that is subjected to this power in a situation where it disposes of no means to obtain condemnation or reparation in case of actual interference. This concept of liberty, called the neo-republican liberty, depends on the structure of the relationship existing between individuals or groups more than on the accidental result allowed by this structure. Since they have an interest in not being prevented from doing as they wish, sentient non-human animals also have an interest in not finding themselves in a situation where this primary interest is weakened by an inferior moral and legal status. If they have interest in not being interfered with, non-human sentient beings also have an interest in not being at risk of being subjected to such an interference. They have an interest in liberty in the negative and the Republican sense of the term. Since the fundamental right to freedom is there to protect our basic interest in liberty, and since all sentient non-humans might have an interest in liberty, the principle of equality demands that we extend the fundamental right to freedom to all sentient beings. Although some important problems continue to plague the enforcement of laws and prohibiting abusive conduct and domination between human individuals, numerous societies have come to condemn slavery and dictatorship. In contrast, All non-human animals are victims of human domination, since they find themselves in a situation where either they are being actively interfered with in a damaging way by human beings, or they live under the constant threat of becoming subjected to such an interference. In this important sense, their situation corresponds exactly to the situation of the slaves. Because of their moral and legal status as things, all animals are subjected to oppression and domination by human beings. Of course, we're nice enough to protect animals against acts of pure sadism by criminalizing these acts. And we claim to be sensitive to animals' well-being by opposing to their ill treatment and demanding that the methods used to exploit them be replaced by more humane ones. Some of us are even willing to pay a bit more money to buy products that come from animals raised on organic farm where they are supposedly better treated than on industrial farms. But this charity is not justice. It doesn't break the relation of domination between human and non-human animals. In refusing them the status of equals, we give ourselves the right to determine as we please what they can be subjected to. And it is this power that allows us, on the one hand, to pretend to be motivated to treat well the animal we use, and on the other hand, to abuse them as seriously and systematically as we do. Because the interests of an individual are not only threatened but violated when this individual has an inferior status. There can be no real justice as long as there are inequalities and domination between sentient animals. A good way to make sure that non-human sentient beings are no longer dominated would be to offer them the Republican type of liberty and to grant them the moral and legal status of persons. Then and only then we'll be able to say that their fundamental interests and ours are equally protected. Then and only then we'll be able to say that their fundamental interests were equally considered and that the principle of equality, which lies at the basis of all our best theories of justice, was respected. Thank you.
I know it was a lot of theoretical principles in such a short time, and I guess a lot of people have questions about it. Don't hesitate. She can go back to the more basic principles if anyone has questions on it. Yeah? Oui, absolument. Pas de problème. Je peux te répondre en français? Ben oui.
Ma réponse était par rapport au fait que si on voulait que les animaux soient libres d'agir comme ils veulent.
Est-ce qu'il y a des parler juste un petit peu plus fort?
J'ai un peu la
OK.
Je suis désolée. Par rapport aux animaux qu'on a créés, en fait, les races qu'on a créées, comme les animaux externes qui ont été créés par des croisements, tout ça, et qui ne seraient pas capables de vivre dans la nature à l'état sauvage, en fait, comment on peut régler cette inégalité qu'on a créée nous-mêmes, en fait, en tant qu'être humain?
C'est une très bonne question qui fait l'objet de vifs débats depuis l'apparition du livre Zoopolis, écrit par Sue Donaldson et Will Kimlicka. Je ne sais pas si vous en avez entendu parler. Jusque-là, disons que les théories abolitionnistes là, qui cherchaient à mettre fin à toute forme d'exploitation animale étaient plutôt en faveur de la fin de la domestication, disons, parce qui était considérée comme une forme d'oppression, par nature, par définition. Et donc, l'idée, c'était d'en arriver à l'extinction graduelle des espèces domestiquées créées par l'homme. Et donc, il s'agissait évidemment de l'idée de Francione et des abolitionnistes comme ça, c'est de prendre le plus grand soin possible des animaux qui existent qui existent maintenant, mais d'éviter de cesser d'en amener d'autres à l'existence en les faisant se reproduire et tout. La critique de Sue Donaldson et de Will Kimlicka, c'est qu'en fait, on viendrait peut-être enfreindre un intérêt individuel des animaux à se reproduire, à vivre la parentalité comme ça en les stérilisant et en voulant mettre fin à la domestication. Et eux ont espoir que si on va beaucoup plus loin que les droits négatifs et qu'on accorde des droits positifs très importants, et ils ont une perspective super respectueuse de l'agentivité des animaux qui seraient amenés à participer aux décisions politiques qui les concernent. Avec des droits comme le droit à la citoyenneté pour les animaux qui font partie de nos sociétés mixtes, humaines, non humaines, eux, ces droits-là pourraient leur être accordés, ce qui fait qu'ils seraient amenés à pouvoir, à ce moment-là, se reproduire dans une certaine mesure et participer à vie collective. Donc, c'est des conclusions à partir de la même idée de l'abolition de l'exploitation animale. On arrive à des conclusions pratiques très, très différentes. Fait que le débat est très vivant. Merci.
Any other question? Yes, Kelly.
Thanks for your talk. I was wondering if you can elaborate on how you understand justice, and do you think that justice is achievable through law? Does that make sense? Because I'm wondering if you're asking or articulating that legal status of personhood be granted to all sentient beings, and they've done that, I think, in Spain with orangutans. They've granted legal personhood.
I think to primates more than more than just orangutans.
But then, they also have a culture of bullfighting or whatever. So I'm wondering if you can speak to how you understand justice being achieved through law.
I don't think justice can be achieved through law, but I believe that there is a minimum that we have to, that the law have to recognize in order for us to get justice for the animals. And I don't think it's going to be through law that we're going to obtain that, but I believe that if we change enough, I hope that if we change enough our way, if we get a critical mass of the portion of the population who believe that animals should be treated equally, then eventually the law will recognize that. And I think that as long as law doesn't, that's a problem for justice. But it's certainly insufficient. That's, to me, very, very obvious.
Je veux savoir tout simplement si vous croyez que les hommes, les êtres humains sont complètement libres eux-mêmes. Quand on parle en fait, tous les animaux et le rapport entre eux, il y a une impossibilité qu'un être, soit humain, soit un humain, soit libre parce qu'il y a d'autres. Il y a des loups qui chassent des chevreuils, il y a des renards qui attrapent toutes sortes d'animaux. Donc quand on parle de la liberté totale, il n'existe même parmi les humains. Comment est-il possible de promulguer cette définition aux animaux aussi?
Bien sûr, vous avez tout à fait raison de souligner que le droit à la liberté n'est pas tellement respecté pour les humains, évidemment les premiers. Mais je pense que qu'il y a quand même un intérêt à parler de liberté, en dépit du fait qu'en pratique, c'est loin d'être le cas. La liberté des uns s'arrête où la liberté des autres commence. Donc, nécessairement, notre liberté par nature est limitée par celle des autres. Ça ne veut pas dire que c'est pas un concept utile, je pense, et que le droit de ne pas être asservi, le droit d'être traité comme un égal, je pense qu'il y a quand même une utilité politique, en tout cas tant qu'on est dans une espèce de système libéral où les droits ont leur importance, qui peut par ailleurs être critiqué, mais tant qu'on est dans ce système-là, le concept de liberté, je pense, a quand même beaucoup de pertinence et est très utile. Ensuite, il faut travailler à essayer qu'il soit mis en œuvre et que les droits humains et non humains à la liberté soient respectés. Mais disons que pour les animaux, on n'en est même pas à l'étape de reconnaître que ce serait un idéal. C'est ça qui est la différence, disons, entre le cas des humains et des non-humains. À peu près tout le monde, même si on a des petits t-shirts qui proviennent d'un sweatshop et qui violent les droits humains, on est à peu près quand même tous d'accord que ça ne devrait pas être le cas, qu'il ne devrait pas y avoir d'abus, de violation des droits humains fondamentaux et du droit à la liberté des personnes qui ont fabriqué ces t-shirts-là. On a plein d'incohérences comme ça, mais on reconnaît au moins officiellement le droit de ces gens-là, ce qui n'est même pas le cas encore des animaux non humains, loin de là.
Désolée, si vous avez d'autres questions pour Valéry, on va les prendre après parce qu'on va... parce que moi, je meurs de faim. Non. We will eat a bit and then we will proceed with... how long will the break be?
20 minutes?
20 minutes, around 20 minutes. And let's thank Valéry.
Before everyone goes to eat, I just have one very quick announcement to make. The gender neutral bathroom signs we had installed ourselves on the second floor single-user bathrooms have been removed while we were listening to the beginning of the conference. The official gender neutral bathrooms in this building are on the 5th floor. If you take the elevator up, make a U-turn to the left when you come out of the elevator. Donc pour répéter en français, malheureusement, les pancartes de toilettes non genrées qu'on avait installées nous-mêmes au deuxième ont été volées. Donc, si pour les toilettes non genrées officielles dans le building, il faut juste monter au 5e, vous faites un demi-tour à gauche lorsque vous sortez de l'ascenseur. So I'd like everyone to head out, turn to the right, and there's some food on offer. Il y a de la bouffe à manger juste à l'extérieur, à la droite. And it'll take about 20 minutes to eat.
of the Journal for Critical Animal Studies on Continental Philosophical Perspectives on Non-Human Animals. With Lisa Gunther, who's at Concordia right now, she guest edited a special topics issue of FANEX, which is a journal of phenomenology and existential philosophy on other animals. She's also the author of several articles on animal and food ethics, including Foucault and Critical Animal Studies, Genealogies of Agricultural Power, Foucault and Food, Foucault and the Ethics of Eating, and the article that actually got me into her work, The Precarious Lives of Animals, Butler, Coetzee, and Animal Ethics, and Respect for the Animal Dead. She also recently co-edited a book with Neil Dalal called Asian Perspectives on Animal Ethics, which is actually coming out today. So without further ado, I'd like to present Professor Chloë Dillett.
Thank you. I wanted to thank the organizers. It has been really wonderful, and it gave me the opportunity. I do work in kind of two areas of philosophy, animal ethics, and I've been doing feminist work on sex crimes using Foucault. And I've sometimes thought I should bring these together and think about sexual crimes against animals and think about bestiality. But I wasn't sure I was going to do that, but this invitation gave me the opportunity to do that, and it's proved even more interesting than I thought it would be. So I really appreciated that opportunity. And I also wanted to thank the first two speakers as well. That was really a wonderful way to begin the conference, and I especially saw lots of connections between my presentation and Lauren's, so I was very interested in that, and especially around intersectionalism. And so a few points I might sort of refer back to what Lauren was talking about. Okay, so in Toni Morrison's Beloved, the sexual deprivation and degradation of male slaves is repeatedly invoked through the trope of their having sex with calves. In the opening pages of the novel, we read that they were young and so sick with the absence of women they had taken to calves. A female slave, Seth, is described as the new girl they dreamed of at night and fucked cows for at dawn. Having sex with Seth later in life, Paul D. observes that the jump from a calf to a girl wasn't all that mighty. The oppression of a female slave, Seth, is crystallized not through the trope of bestiality, but through that of having her milk stolen from her by white men. Despite having her back flogged until it scars to look like a chokeberry tree and being raped by the slave owners, it is the act of the white men drinking her maternal milk that epitomizes the horror of slavery for Seth. Years later, Seth recounts what happened that day to Paul D. After I left you, she said, those boys came in there and took my milk. That's what they came in there for, held me down and took it. I told Mrs. Garner on him. She had that lump, she had throat cancer, and couldn't speak, but her eyes rolled out tears. Them boys found out I told on them. School teacher, the master, made one open up my back, and when it closed it made a tree. It grows there still. They used cowhide on you? Paul D. asks. And they took my milk, Seth answers. They beat you and you was pregnant, and they took my milk, she repeats. When Paul D. learns that Seth attempted to cut her own children's throats in order to spare them from a life of slavery, he says to her, what you did was wrong, Seth. There could have been a way, some other way. What way, she asks. Paul D. replies, you got 2 feet, Seth, not 4. And right then, a forest sprang up between them, trackless and quiet. Later he would wonder what made him say it, the calves of his youth. Paul D.'s comparison of Seth to a 4-legged animal marks the end of their relationship. Following this comment, he did not put his hat on right away. First he fingered it, deciding how his going would be, how to make it an exit and not an escape. He didn't rush to the door, he moved slowly, and when he got there he opened it before asking Seth to put supper aside for him, because he might be a little late getting back. Only then did he put on his hat. Sweet, she thought. He must think I can't bear to hear him say it, that after all I have told him, and after telling me how many feet I have, goodbye would break me to pieces. Ain't that sweet? Slavery is being described by Morrison as dehumanization, and specifically as being reduced to agricultural beasts of burden. That male slaves are reduced to the level of cows is evident in the fact that they have sex with cows, while the dehumanization of a woman slave is embodied by her being treated like a female cow, with both her milk and her children taken from her for the use by her owners. For So in this context, for Paul D to suggest that Seth acted like a four-legged animal is an insult from which each knows that their relationship cannot recover, and Paul D wonders if it was the calves of his youth that spurred him to say it. Paul D's own post-bestial, post-slavery humanity is reestablished through his ability to chastise Seth for behaving like an animal. Gail Anderson Dargatz's The Cure for Death by Lightning tells the story of a 15-year-old girl, Beth Weeks, living in a farming community in British Columbia. The book describes ubiquitous cruelty to non-human animals, as well as girls and women on a farm. This violence against farm animals and farm girls is epitomized in the scenes where Beth is raped by her father and a cow is raped by her brother. The latter scene is described by Beth as follows. In the night, I woke to hear cows bellowing and a bell ringing, as if a cow were running. But the sound neither came nor receded. A cow out, a cow with her head caught in a fence. I slid out of bed and into my brother's jeans, a sweater and rubber boots. I pulled my shape out of the dark as I followed the sound of the bell to the barn. As I approached, there was another sound, like a soft hooting of an owl from a distance. The dark deepened when I stepped into the barn, and I took a moment to realize what I was seeing. In the hazy dark, the lead cow, the one we put the bell on, stood in the spot where we milked her. The white on her body glowed a little. There were no other cows in the barn. Dan stood on a stumping powder box immediately behind her. His hands held the cow's pin bones, and his face shone white in all the black of the barn. He pushed himself into the cow, and with each push the bell around her neck rang. He was making that other sound, the soft grunting. Dan turned sharply, and some bit of light in his eye flashed in my direction. I turned on my heel and walked quickly back to the house. The next morning at breakfast, Dan tried to wipe the midnight bell ringing out of the space between us with jokes and roughhousing. He slapped Dennis on the shoulder, grinning with his mouth full of egg. He kissed my mother on the cheek and tugged my apron undone, but I didn't give him anything. I didn't laugh at his jokes. Just like the others, he was filth and shame. So in the context of human slavery, Toni Morrison appears to have no room for considering the oppression of other animals, and her repeated descriptions of the rape of the calves serves only to convey the utter degradation of human slaves. In Anderson Dargatz's novel, while the victimization of women and girls is relentless, it is also juxtaposed to that of non-human animals in a way that begins to allow us to consider their victimization as well, and the manners in which the oppression of non-human animals, like that of girls and women, is importantly gendered and sexual. For most of human history, sex between human and non-human animals has been approached as a moral and legal problem. As with other deviant behaviors, we have, however, recently seen a shift from conceptualizing this act as a sin or a crime to seeing it as a medical problem characterizing a certain human kind. That is, we have lately invented the concepts of zoophilia, zoorastia, and bestiality, and as has happened with other medicalized human kinds, these categories have not only been cause for stigmatization, but have been taken up by the individuals so stigmatized as an identity position whose rights need to be defended. So in the case of zoophilia, there is a community of zoos that call themselves zoos that have demanded, that have seen themselves as following in the footsteps of the gay liberation movement. So the first two sections of this paper consider how bestiality has been perceived historically as well as the current culture of zoos in order to show the contingency of the increasingly pervasive view that sex between human and non-human animals is not merely a problematic act, but reflects a sexual identity, as this is expressed in psychiatric literature, in the discourses of self-described zoos, and in some recent work in queer theory. While sympathetic to attempts to queer the human-animal binary, the final sections of this paper draw on feminist scholarship to argue that the discourses of zoophiles is an example of arrogant as opposed to loving perception. Resisting tendencies to think about sex in terms of medicalized categories and the identity politics that follow, I instead provide a feminist critique of Zoosex that attends to the interlocking of multiple forms of oppression. So because of the time constraints, I'm going to skip over the first two sections of my longer paper today, which is where in the first section I present a history of bestiality, and in the second section I have an overview of the current culture of Zoosex. So it's just going to briefly summarize these two sections in a page instead of 20 pages. So historical accounts of bestiality, like Morrison's and Anderson Dargatz's fictional depictions of Zoosex, indicate that bestiality was long a crime perpetrated by lonely or opportunistic men, and most frequently involved coitus with female agricultural animals. What emerges from historical studies is that bestiality was an overwhelmingly male crime and was one that was policed by women. And I was interested that milking cows was done by women precisely because there was so much sexual abuse of cows when men milked them. And so there was one historical study of bestiality in 17th century Sweden where men just were not allowed to go into the area where cows were kept and were milked. And if they ever did go in there and there wasn't some known reason, like they're in there to do repairs, it would be looked on with a lot of suspicion. And so there was even an ordinance passed that men and boys shouldn't be allowed to herd sheep and goats either, because that was another common way alone in the fields with that bestiality occurred. So there were these attempts to make women do not only all the milking of cows, but the herding work as well for this reason. And while there's very few cases of women being accused of bestiality, they're overrepresented in terms of the ones doing the accusing and serving as witnesses. So although in some cases bestiality became a habit that men continued into married life, for the most part it was associated with a boys' culture and with sexually frustrated men in an era that condemned extramarital sex. So boys and men were understood to turn to non-human animals for sexual relief because of their context of sexual deprivation, rather than as an expression of their innate sexuality. Bestiality was problematic because, like cannibalism, it crossed human-animal boundaries, and not because it violated or abused the non-human animal. And so this connection with cannibalism came up a lot in the trial records, that they would ask someone, do you not know the difference between a human and an animal? Like, would you eat a human? No, then why would you have sex with an animal? And they wouldn't want to eat the meat or the milk of animals who had been victims of bestiality because they thought the meat has been humanized or the milk has been humanized. So there's this big connection between cannibalism and bestiality. So it was problematic because like cannibalism, it crossed human-animal boundaries, but not because it was sexual abuse against animals. So there, in fact, seems to have been no inclination to see non-human animals as victims of sexual assault in historical bestiality trials, and these animals were executed and considered defiled and thus inedible, and they wouldn't bury them but burn the bodies to make sure no one would eat them. This picture is to be contrasted with the very different phenomena of bestiality today. Although bestiality is still an overwhelmingly male crime, it now ranges from online zoo communities and bestiality porn to furry fandom, and it is described by sociologists, sex therapists, and self-described zoos as an unchosen sexual identity. Moreover, Zoosex is now widely recognized as a form of cruelty to animals. So I'm going to turn now to my third section. So this section is on queer and post-humanist defenses of bestiality. In Zoosex and other relationships with animals, Rebecca Cassidy questions what the human is, noting that there are no coherent biological definitions of species, or of the human species in particular. Furthermore, she notes that the notion that humans have culture while other animals do not is refuted by primatological studies, and that was something that Lauren's paper also picked up on. So she proceeds to consider pet culture, in which non-human animals are often more cherished as family members than human biological kin or spouses. For instance, she cites a UK study showing that British humans are more likely to take time off work to care for their pets than for their spouses or relatives. Cassidy notes the familial language used for pets, and that discussions amongst committed pet keepers on animal-focused weblogs revolve around the human qualities of pets, and are in this sense very similar to discussions that take place between zoosexuals. Cassidy's implication is that the line between the human and the non-human is blurry or furry for both scientific and cultural reasons, and hence a prohibition on interspecies sex is difficult to sustain. If we cannot even say what the human and non-human are, and if we grant that pets are human-like and may be kin for humans, can the prohibition on sex between these respective groups be justified? Situating zoo liberation as potentially both a sexual and an animal liberation movement, Cassidy writes, the increasing closeness between humans and animals, in biological as well as social terms, combined with a loosening of the connections between sex and reproduction, may provide support for the argument that zoosex is potentially subversive and therefore a liberating relationship between people and animals, which will gradually gain acceptance. The ideas that animals are valid sexual partners may also be perceived as an implicit recognition of equality, which may be appealing to those campaigning for animal rights. So Cassidy also notes that many zoos consider themselves to be animal activists and that a major zoo website condemns animal abuse and provides a link to the Animal Sexual Abuse Information Resource website. Among their animal activist causes, zoos oppose the sterilization of non-human animals, a big topic in Zoopolis that Valéry was talking about. So, and they point out that this is a practice that's difficult to resolve with an animal rights perspective, and they point to the uncomfortable fact that non-zoo pet lovers also intervene in significant ways in the sex lives of their animals without anything like those animals' consent. And they would think that if we're concerned about not having more puppies in the world, but we shouldn't be mutilating animals by castrating them, we can just have sex with them ourselves, and then you don't have puppies. So there's a new solution. So that zoophilia might be a kind of queerness, or maybe an LGBTQ asterisk identity or ally, is suggested by a number of other authors. In Bestiality and the Queering of the Human Animal, geographers Michael Brown and Claire Rasmussen argue for the liberatory potential of zoosex, suggesting that these borders and hybrids around nature might be one tack towards a queer geography. Other authors compare species dysphoria to gender dysphoria and thus situate zoophilia as a kind of trans identity. As these authors observe, some zoophiles identify with the kind of non-human animal that they mate with and feel that they are that species and even breed of animal trapped in a human body. So one man discussed in the clinical literature, for instance, thinks that he's not only a dog trapped in a human body, but a Rottweiler in particular. So using the language of the queer community, sex therapist Hanny Miletsky writes of how zoophiles might think about coming out to family members and friends. So in what might be considered such a coming out, Duke University Women's Studies professor Kathy Rudy authored an article published in Hypatia with the provocative title LGBTQZ? In this article, Rudy suggests that drawing the discourses around bestiality/zoophilia into the realm of queer theory can be a new form of animal advocacy, something that might be called, in shorthand, loving animals. Echoing the 2001 arguments of Peter Singer, who in Heavy Petting also compared zoosex to other stigmatized sexual activities, notably homosexual sex, Rudy observes the oddness of the fact that we live in a society where we are permitted to harm non-human animals in a wide variety of ways, including systematically killing and eating them, and yet are forbidden to have sex with them, although sex with animals, both Rudy and Singer suggest, could in some cases give pleasure to pets. At the very least, human-non-human animal sex is no more harmful to domesticated animals than many of the systematic non-consensual practices that our society not only tolerates but imposes, including the regulation of their sexuality. So following authors like Cassidy, Rudy remarks that the continued taboo on interspecies sex is especially odd given contemporary pet culture, in which all other forms of intimacy and interspecies love are accepted. In her article, Loving Whatever, Alienation, Neoliberalism, and Pet Love in the 21st Century, Heidi Nast situates zoophilia within the hyper-commodified context of contemporary pet culture. Owning pets is now recommended for a wide variety of medical purposes, including lowering blood pressure, extending our life expectancy, dealing with grief and anxiety, and for use in family therapy. A huge pet industry exists not only to groom, service, supply, pet sit, and insure our pets, but also to provide a range of more unusual products and services, such as pet perfumes, pet couture, pet cafes, pet diners, pet spas, pet parks and beaches, dog yoga or doga, pet airlines, pet-friendly hotels, pet therapies, pet cemeteries, and even scientists willing to clone our pets after their deaths. There now exists a Dog Scouts of America, a Pet Olympics, and 2 types of freestyle dog dancing invented in Canada, musical canine freestyle and freestyle healing or heel work to music, as well as dozens of dog magazines such as Hollywood Dog. So investment in pets, Nast notes, has taken on the proportion of identification with animals as in the phenomenon of furry fandom. Given that the massive scale of pet culture could signal a shift that many of us humans have indeed fallen in love with someone besides ourselves, Rudy asks, why is zoosex still beyond the pale? The answer for most pet owners is that their love for animals is not sexual. As Rudy notes, however, queer theory makes us question whether we know what sex is, and once we allow ourselves to question our ontologies of sex, it's far from clear that much of pet culture is not, in fact, zooerotic. In LGBTQZ, Rudy recounts the years during which she identified as a lesbian, and yet she says this identity was not quite right, mostly because her mind was always on the dogs. So much as Adrienne Rich argues in Compulsory Heterosexuality and Lesbian Existence that even women who identify as heterosexual and only have genital sex with men often have their most meaningful emotional relationships with other women, Rudy observes that although she is not having genital sex with her dogs, from as far back as I can remember, she writes, dogs have been the most vibrant, colorful, and important players in the landscape of my life. Just as Rich writes of a lesbian continuum to describe otherwise straight women whose most intense connections are with other women, Rudy implies that we might speak of a zoo or a canine continuum. Also drawing parallels between queers and zoos, Rudy argues that much as queer people want their relationships with other queer people public and acknowledgeable, so does she desire to make the meaningfulness of her relations with dogs more visible and explicit. Now single in terms of human relations and having filled her home with rescue and foster dogs, Rudy states that she has never, ever been happier. A final manner in which queer experience and that of animal lovers resonate for Rudy is in terms of stigma. While once lesbians were seen as sad, pathetic women incapable of getting a man, now we have a similar preconception about zoophiles. Surely these people turn to non-human animals because they are too unattractive, stupid, or inept to have a relationship with a human being. People who choose to live with non-human animals are perceived to be pitiably filling their lives with pets as poor substitutes for the human partners and children that they failed to have or to keep. Much as lesbians were once perceived to turn to other women after failing at heterosexuality. In either case, relations with other women or with non-human animals are seen as not quite real and as lonely substitutes for the real thing. Against these condescending preconceptions, Rudy insists, my preference these days is canine. So Rudy considers her position to be subversive since it undermines the ways that anti-zoo advocates throw all non-human animals into a single category as sexually forbidden to humans. In this way, they engage in human exceptionalism, she argues. All non-human species of animals are seen as the same, primarily distinguished by being set apart from the human, and an unbreachable wall is erected between us and them. Zoophilia, in contrast, attends to particular relations that humans can have with particular animals, in ways that undermine human exceptionalism, Rudy argues. In her own household, for instance, she writes that, as the result of our relationships, interpolations occur. My dogs and I have changed each other such that I am no longer only human, and they are no longer only canine. For these particular dogs, and for this particular human, something rather magical has happened to alter not only the way we perceive, but also the way we live in the world. The kind of relationship she has with her dogs, Rudy insists, can undo even the strongest and most trenchant categories, such as those of human and animal. In Animal Friendship as a Way of Life, Sexuality, Petting, and Interspecies Companionship, Dinesh Wadawel argues that if we did not have heteronormative, genital, and coitus-focused preconceptions of what sex is, we might understand commonplace practices of non-genital pleasurable stimulation between humans and animals, that is, petting, as potentially comprising a sexuality. Unlike Rudy, however, Wadawel is attentive to the problematic nature of the domesticated animal system, which in many ways does not so much undermine the human-animal binary as exemplify it. While Rudy idealizes the human-pet relationship as a site of sheer love and mutuality, Wadawel is careful to note that this is also a relationship of inequality and ownership. Rudy's preference these days may be canine, but can we really say that her canine's preference is human? Given the context of their domestication, are these dogs not rather in intimate relations with Rudy because she bought them and unilaterally chose to enter in relationships with them that she can dissolve at any point, either by abandoning or killing them, but which they cannot voluntarily exit? How can we speak of their preference in this relationship when they have no other desirable options? Rudy calls her dogs family, but this overlooks the ways in which the domesticated animal system separates non-human animals from their own biological kin in order to be raised by humans in a way that we would now consider unacceptable among humans, though notably such separations of parents and children were routinely imposed on African slaves and indigenous peoples who, like non-human animals, were long said to be less attached to their offsprings than white people. Rudy does not mention that her dogs once had biological families of their own from which humans separated them, and she does not consider whether it is these dog families and sex and intimacy with other dogs and puppies of their own that might have been their preference. So I'm not suggesting that under present circumstances we should not have pets, or that we shouldn't spay or neuter those pets, or that pets and their humans cannot have loving and mutual relations. I am suggesting, however, that we need to be careful not to romanticize the situation of domesticated animals or mask the systematic domination that is entailed by these relations, as occurs in Rudy's article. We must be careful not to project our experience of love onto our pets, as if this love occurred in the same context for them as for us. As Ouellette-Dubé writes, imagining sexual relationships between a human and a companion animal must take into account everything that is implied by the power relationships that circulate pet ownership, including the forms of constraint and enablement that are part and parcel of that animal's domestication, which may include overt sexual and reproductive controls. So looking at practices of dog obedience training, Ouellette-Dubé notes the ways that owners are instructed to touch their dogs in areas of their bodies that they are uncomfortable having touched, such as their feet, in order to desensitize those areas and make the dogs docile to being groomed and touched by humans. In this context, Ouellette-Dubé notes, consent becomes complex to unpick, and liberal conceptions of consent also almost impossible to imagine. Feminists have, of course, raised similar concerns regarding women's ability to consent to heterosexual intercourse within the context of heterosexist patriarchy, given what Adrienne Rich has called compulsory heterosexuality, and what Catherine McKinnon has described as women's socialization to passivity. In these contexts where, as Foucault scholars Sandra Bartke and Claire Palmer have argued, women's bodies are more docile than men's, and the bodies of domesticated animals are more docile than those of humans, Ouellette-Dubé suggests that it might be more helpful to think not in terms of consent, but of mutuality. Cautiously, then, Ouellette-Dubé explores the possibilities for mutual pleasure that might exist between humans and non-human animals within the context of the complex relations of power and domination involved in the domesticated animal system. Informed by queer theory, Ouellette-Dubé, like Rudy, does not shy away from the possibility that some of these pleasures might be sexual. I was thinking there, too, about Lauren's presentation, and I think that's what's kind of motivating Dinesh to a degree, is that we've talked so much about animal suffering and animal pain. Can we think, and we need to do that, but can we also think about animal pleasure within this context, this problematic context of domestication? Can we still think about how to give them pleasure? Okay, so the next section is called the demographics of zoophilia. That zoophilia is a male-dominated sexual identification is clear from the sociological and clinical studies that I discuss in the second part of the paper that I've sort of skipped. So although none of the authors of these studies pursues the political causes or implications of this fact, they all note that their study group is entirely male or disproportionately male, but they don't pursue why that might be. Sex therapist Hani Miletsky draws on a study of 82 men and 11 women who have had sexual relations with non-human animals, and all the cases that she discusses in a sustained manner involve men. Miletsky she mentions also this same disproportion in Kinsey study and Hunt's study, for which the reported incidence of bestiality was 4.9 for men and 1.9 for women, and with the women it tended to be that they had a single instance of bestiality and didn't involve genital contact. So even like the numbers are 4.9 versus 1.9, but the details make it even more disproportionately a male act. So psychologist Andrea Beetz draws on a sample of 113 men and 3 women in her study. Williams and Weinberg's study involved 114 zoophile men and no women. So compared to the 114 men who returned their questionnaire, only 5 women and 1 transgendered person responded, and they write that because of the small number of women and only 1 transgendered person, they decided to only analyze the data from the men. At a meeting of zoophiles that Williams and Weinberg attended, the 28 attendees were young men, but did include a woman, the zoophile wife of a male zoophile. Earls and Lalumiere write that zoophilia seems to be an overwhelmingly male phenomenon. There are few cases of female zoophiles, and these are often partners of male zoophiles. Without considering any social or political explanations for why more men than women might identify as zoophile, they conclude that the male sexual preference system must be more vulnerable than the female preference system with respect to developmental perturbations. Significantly, Williams and Weinberg also note, but do not comment on the fact that all 114 men who responded to their questionnaire were white, as they observed the zoophiles in Hanny Maletsky's study were also preponderantly white. Earls and La Lumiere's case study also involved a white male. Such demographics have led post-colonial scholar Alok Vaid-Menon to pose the question, why is the zoo full of white people? He notes that in the documentary Zoo, one member of the featured zoophile community states that most of the people who were part of our group were white, but we did have a few who were black. There was a Hispanic who came once. Vaid-Menon notes that in this way, the white zoophile implicitly acknowledges the problematic racial makeup of the community and uses a distinctly neoliberal logic of tokenization to deflect any racial critique. Although Vaid-Menon notes that white people do not have an exclusive claim to bestial acts and cites, for instance, the snake dances of the Hopi of the Southwest as involving bestiality, he writes, "It is my contention that experiencing this closer affinity to non-human animals that zoophiles express is the extension of a white subjectivity in our colonial modernity, that the ability to choose to identify with a non-human animal rather than being interpolated as one reflects white privilege." In other words, given the history of white colonists and slave owners oppressing people of color through strategies of dehumanization, it would be considerably more difficult for a person of color to identify as a zoophile than it is for a white person. Further connecting zoophilia with colonial subjectivity, Vaid-Menon cites zoophiles who praise Zoosex because when taking a non-human lover, you need not discuss the difference between Monet and Picasso. It just doesn't exist for their world. This is a zoophile he's quoting. It's a simpler and more plain world, and in those moments you can disconnect. It's a very intense, wonderful kind of feeling. Such descriptions of the joys of Zoosex as an escape from the shackles of Western modernity has a history that is rooted in the sexual white body, Vaid-Menon observes, and resonates with the language of queer-desiring European men, such as Edward Carpenter and E.M. Forrester, who journeyed to the East in search of the liberatory other, freed from Western sexual taboos. As Vaid-Menon writes, Oriental men served as traditional, primitive, sexually uninhibited repositories of the escapist sexual fantasies of these white men, much as non-human animals are serving for zoophiles today. Vaid-Menon argues that zoophilia entails the domination of non-human animals and is premised on human superiority, as well as other interlocking oppressions such as racism and colonization. Expanding on the concept of homonationalism developed by queer theorists such as Jasper Puar, Vaid-Menon furthermore describes the discourse of zoophiles as zoo-nationalism. White male zoophiles, like white gay men, demand recognition as having the same rights and privileges as straight white men. Rather than situating themselves in allegiance with the deviant or queer, zoophiles want to be recognized as normal or to maintain all the privileges of their first world white maleness, or male whiteness, I wrote, as well as an anthropocentric privilege to use non-human animals as they will. Although Vaid-Menon is perceptive in showing the interconnections between anthropocentrism and colonialism, racism and homo-nationalist attitudes, and is astute in posing the question, why is the zoo full of white people, he, like the sociological and clinical authors writing on Zoosex, does not ask the equally pressing question, why is the zoo full of men? It is to this question that I now turn. So the next section is called, Why is the zoo full of men? In Is Sexual Desire Raced? The Social Meaning of Interracial Prostitution, Laurie Shrega notes that a little commented upon feature of prostitution is that it frequently involves interracial sex, or entails white men purchasing sex from women of color. While this has something to do with the demographics of poverty, it also reflects the desires of white men to have exotic sex with non-white women. The reasons why white Johns prefer women of color when they hire sex workers are racist, relying on racist preconceptions about the inferiorizing characteristics of non-whites and of specific categories of non-white women in particular. Asian women will be submissive, and so forth. So Shrega argues that we must be attentive to sex work not only as a site of gendered and sexual oppression, but of racial oppression as well. This view of sex work as a site of interlocking oppression is important for my purposes, as the men in Williams and Weinberg's study explain their preference for having sex with non-human animals in terms that resonate strikingly with explanations that Johns give for preferring sex with sex workers, often non-white sex workers, and Johns, like zoophiles, are a group that is vastly overrepresented by men. So despite the fact that they are paying for sex, male clients of sex workers have a tendency to believe that not only is the sex unproblematically consensual, but that they are different from the sex workers' other clients, that the sex workers have a special fondness for them, enjoy the sex with them, and might even like to date them. So I'm drawing on Tila Sanders's work on the clients of sex workers. At the same time, John's stressed that what they like about sex with sex workers is the lack of politics, judgmentalness, and responsibility for an interpersonal relationship that goes beyond the sexual monetary transaction. Similarly, one zoophile in Williams and Weinberg's study notes that the animals are just friendly and non-judgmental. A second zoo states that love with an animal is how love should be, a lot less complicated with no strings attached. Another praises Zoosex by saying that animals do not judge you, they just love and enjoy the pleasures of sex without all the politics. In Earle's and La Lumiere's case study, the zoophile notes of his mare wives, he has 2 horse wives, that I can be with them at any time I want. Life's good. Although the zoophile men in Williams and Weinberg's study are all having sex with domesticated animals whom they purchased and who have nowhere else to go, and are thus in relationships of extreme power imbalance, and although they refer to their sexual partners as it, they, like John's, insist that the sex is consensual. Indeed, the majority of the zoophiles in Williams and Weinberg's study stated that their non-human animal sexual partners were in love with them, and they praised this love as unconditional. As with John's, the advantage of zoosex that is repeatedly noted by zoophiles is that by having sex with their domesticated animals, they can have precisely what they want when they want it, with no complications, and without having to concern themselves with another person's judgments. Moreover, zoosex allows zoos, like John's, to project their fantasies of reciprocated desire onto their sexual partners without the inconvenience of an articulated response. In her chapter, In and Out of Harm's Way, Arrogance and Love, Marilyn Fry develops understandings of coercion, oppression, and arrogance that serve well to analyze the discourses of zoophiles. Fry argues that we have too simplistic a notion of sexual coercion when we think that an act will not count as coerced unless the victim of the crime is literally physically overcome to the point where the rapist or rapists literally physically controls the movements of the victim's limbs and the location and position of her body. As Fry notes, it is by this kind of reasoning that we are convinced that women's choices to enter and remain within the institutions of heterosexuality, marriage, and motherhood are free choices, that prostitution is a freely chosen life, and that all slaves who have not risen up and killed their masters or committed suicide have freely chosen their lots as slaves. In fact, according to Fry, a being is not only coerced in situations in which she cannot act in any way, but also in situations where the manipulations of another mean that she will almost certainly do as that person wants, since the only available alternatives are even less appealing. In most situations of coercion, one may in fact make choices or act in a variety of ways, however, one ultimately acts in a way that one would not have done in the absence of manipulation. As Fry writes, to coerce someone into doing something, one has to manipulate the situation so that the world as perceived by the victim presents the victim with a range of options, the least unattractive of which is the act one wants the victim to do. A simple case of coercion is when one hands over one's money to an armed robber, not because one wants to or would have done so voluntarily, but because this option is more appealing than death. In situations where an oppressor wants to have an ongoing relationship with a victim, however, he must do more than hold a gun to her head. He must manipulate her psychologically to become the kind of being that he wishes her to be. Fry writes that, given the centrality of the victim's perception and judgment, the plotting coercer might manipulate the physical environment, but usually would proceed by manipulating the intended victim's perception and judgment through various kinds of influence and deception. So interestingly, Marilyn Fry's first example of such coercive oppression in which the victim's world and psyche are transformed is the domestication of non-human animals. She writes, to make much use of animals, one generally has to do some manipulation and alteration of them. Perhaps the simplest of these is just killing them. To get non-human animals, draft animals for instance, to work for them, human animals breed certain species to configurations, tempers, and capacities to respond to training, and they train individuals of these species from a very young age to tolerate bindings and harnesses and the bearings of various weights. These are practices which shape the developing nervous systems of young animals, suppressing certain tendencies to twitch, shy, buck, stamp, or flee. And the humans use stimulus response conditioning to habituate the animals to certain responses to certain human actions and noises. Finally, the animals' movements are significantly shaped and restricted by harnesses, braces, shafts, and various other paraphernalia that connects them to the tools and machines their movements are to drive, push, or pull. In the end, by its second nature, acquired through processes appropriately called breaking and training, and by physical restraints placed on it, such a beast can do very little which does not serve some human purpose. So these are the kinds of animals whom zoophiles are having sex with, and who the zoophiles say consent to sex. In fact, however, these animals have been so transformed to suit the purposes of humans that it is virtually nonsensical to speak of them consenting to anything their owners do. For Fry, the domestication of non-human animals is a striking instance of oppression, and much like Gail Rubin's use of the term domestication to describe the sex-gender system, it serves as a simple case through which we can consider analogous intrahuman forms of oppression, such as the physical, psychological, and sexual breaking of sex slaves by pimps. Of such oppressed humans, Fry writes, like any animal, the other is not in the nature of things ready-made to suit anyone's interest but its own. Thus, as occurs in the domestication of non-human animals, those humans must be transformed, in some cases, as when, she writes, perversely enough, the exploiter has a personal attachment to the exploited. The situation requires that the structures that refer the other's actions to the exploiter's ends must extend beneath the victim's skin. The exploiter has to bring about the partial disintegration and remisintegration of the other's matter, parts and properties, so that as organized systems the exploited are oriented to some degree by habits, skills, schedules, values, and tastes to the exploiter's ends rather than to the ends of their own. So in the case of domesticated animals attached to zoophile humans, as in the case of sexual slaves effectively attached to their pimps, we see this kind of coercion that extends beneath the victim's skin. These animals have been transformed not only into docile bodies, but into beings who are emotionally and psychologically bound to the humans who manipulate them. Fry notes that humans want many more things than they can accomplish with a single body, with their own body, and thus the idea of having more than one body, another's body, entirely devoted to accomplishing one's desires is appealing. Nevertheless, she writes, the majority of people do not deal with this problem and temptation by enslaving others overtly and by force, but many, many people, most of them male, are in a cultural and material position to accomplish to a certain degree the same end by other means and other descriptions which obscure to them and to their victims the fact that their end is the same as slavery, the end acquisition of the services of another, the means disintegrating an integrated organism and grafting its substance to oneself. One of Fry's examples of grafting another being onto oneself is the taking of a wife. Arrogant perception for Fry is when humans see other living beings, such as their wives, as mere extensions or projections of their own desires. Interestingly enough, Fry's first example of arrogant perception again entails a prevalent human attitude towards non-human animals. This is the biblical claim that man has dominion over the earth and all living things on it, and that all species of non-human animals thus exist for man. Similarly, the Bible claims that woman was made to be man's companion and was made out of his rib. The Bible thus sanctions men's arrogant perception that not only all non-human species of animals, but female humans as well, exist for them, are mere extensions of them, and do not have independent existences or purposes of their own. In this way, arrogant male human perception overlooks the manners in which men are actively breaking, enslaving, and coercing both women and non-human animals to conform to their wills, including their sexual wills, and sees their enslavement as what they really and voluntarily are. Linda Alcoff has taken up Fry's concept of arrogant perception to describe adults who project their sexual desires onto children, claiming that children want the sex that they have with them. Similarly, I would argue that arrogance underpins the perception of zoophiles that their non-human mates love them unconditionally and consent to sex freely, as well as their failure to reflect on what these non-human animals might desire if they had other options. So my conclusion is called Rethinking Animal Love. Love, as Fry notes, is a much abused concept, and I would suggest that this can be seen in the use of the terms by zoophiles, or the use of the term love by zoophiles to describe their animal's attachment to them. As Fry writes, the attachment of the well-broken slave to the master has been confused with love. Under the name of love, a willing and unconditional servitude has been promoted as something ecstatic, noble, fulfilling, and even redemptive. All praise is sung for the devoted wife who loves the husband and children she is willing to live for, and of the brave man who loves the God he is willing to kill for, the country he is willing to die for. In fact, however, we must distinguish between love and servitude and oppose a loving I to the arrogant I. For Frye, loving perception is when one recognizes the other as an independent being who exists for her own sake and has a will, purpose, and interests of her own. Frye's concepts of arrogant and loving perception have been taken up by a number of feminists and ecofeminists who employ them to consider our relations to other animals and to nature. These authors consider how we might cultivate more loving relations to the natural world and to other animals. According to ecofeminists such as Laurie Gruen, Deborah Slicer, and Karen Warren, even animal and environmental ethicists have had trouble conceiving of nature and of other animals as anything more than extensions and reflections of human interests, meriting protection either because they are like us or because they are resources for us. In contrast, ecofeminists insist that we must resist seeing other animals arrogantly as mere extensions of ourselves and should see them instead with a loving eye. This would mean recognizing other animals as having independent existences of their own. Ecofeminists thus argue that we need to be wary not only of the tendency to see humans and animals as hierarchically opposed, as in the human-animal and nature-culture binaries, but also of the opposite kind of tendency, the complete collapsing of these distinctions, whereby we fail to differentiate between non-human animals and ourselves at all. For instance, Val Plumwood criticizes deep ecology for dissolving the human-animal binary altogether. As Plumwood notes, there is a danger when a deep ecologist says that he is the rainforest, that instead of taking the rainforest's interest as his own, he might instead take his interests to be those of the rainforest. This is most obvious in the case of deep ecologists and environmental philosophers who advocate hunting for the animal's sake, or believe that the hunting they so enjoy is also enjoyed by the hunted animals and is a kind of sacred relationship that they have with the animals in which they're co-participating. So surely these men have confused themselves with the animals they hunt in a way that results in those animals' deaths. As ecofeminist Marty Keel has argued, the zoophile who identifies as a Rottweiler may also be projecting his own desires onto the Rottweiler rather than truly experiencing a Rottweiler's existence as his own. Similarly, when Kathy Rudy argues that her magical interpolations with her canines can undo even the strongest and most trenchant categories, those of human and animal, we may worry that this is not so much a becoming canine on her part as assimilating her dog's interest into her own. Thus, while Cartesian dualistic binary and hierarchical thinking is dangerous, so is the monistic thinking of deep ecology, furry fandom, and zoos. In these latter cases, we become unable to see the conflicts of interest between humans and other animals because, in the mind of the dominating human, there are no other animals. Ecofeminists such as Plumwood thus turn to feminist care-ethics and the idea of relational subjectivity in order to theorize the ways that humans are both distinct from and interconnected with nature and other animals. For Plumwood, we are neither opposed to nature nor the same as nature. Rather, we are in complex relations of interdependency with nature. Other ecofeminist philosophers have developed similar conceptual tools for theorizing the relationship between humans and animals and between humans and nature that would both avoid perpetuating the Western tradition of seeing ourselves as radically apart from nature and the arrogant assimilation of nature and other animals into ourselves. Chris Cuomo, for instance, draws on Maria Lugonis's logic of curdling to discuss the interrelatedness of humans and animals, which entails mixing without fusion or interaction without homogenization. Nancy Tuana develops the concept of viscous porosity to discuss the ways that nature and culture interconnect without merging into one another. Nature and culture are porous, Tuana insists, but they are not fluid and thus do not intermingle in ways that make them indistinguishable from one another. On the contrary, their viscosity means that nature and culture remain distinct even while they are layered upon each other in complex and inextricable ways. So each of these concepts can be taken as cautions against queer and posthumanist celebrations of zoosex and zoophilia. As seen, a number of queer and posthumanist scholars have thought that zoosex and zoophilia are laudable for undermining the human-animal divide. Although it's certainly desirable to undermine the human-animal divide in its dualistic Cartesian hierarchical form, our objective should not be to collapse it altogether, or to collapse the distinction altogether, or to fuse the human and the non-human. On the contrary, following ecofeminist scholars, I argue that we need to think about ourselves in complex, porous, viscous, and curdling relationships with nature and other animals. Phenomena such as Zoosex do not so much destabilize the human-animal divide and express a love for animals as collapse that divide through arrogant perception. In the process, the desires of humans are projected onto non-human animals, making it difficult for those doing the projecting to see that oppression is occurring at all. For the zoophile, as for the furry fan experiencing species dysphoria perhaps, the alterity of the other has been denied, and thus there is no other to be oppressed. Thank you.
I'll just note that we are beyond our time already. The room, we had it until 9, but because that was a great paper, I suggest that we try to get maybe two or three max questions in, so if anyone has any questions for Professor Taylor.
It's a technical question. Okay. Since you said that you skipped some part of the paper, do you think you could send me the PDF so I can put it on the website so
Yes.
everyone could look at it?
Yes, I can do that.
Any substantive questions? Anyone who hasn't spoken yet this evening, or it's a dense paper, but go ahead.
I took the validity of your Foucaultian analysis, and in fact, your axiomatic adoption of that framework in your thesis. However, my question is quite simply, do you foresee that with the emergence of, we have to look at relations in a different perspective with in vitro fertilization, replacing some of the fundamental mechanisms of these relations, and also ultimately cloning. I'll put it to you also, I'll be very straight up, commercial cloning. It's on the horizon. With these emerging in the future, will Foucaultian or even a Foucaultesque analysis or perception of these types of relations still apply when the relationships or the functionality of relationships ultimately changes on the horizon?
I'm not quite clear the connection you're making with Foucault. So the Foucauldian aspect of the paper, I didn't really highlight it too much, but is resisting this kind of tendency, this historical tendency that we've had to think about sex acts in terms of sexual identities. And so instead, let's think about these acts and the ethics of these acts rather than think about them as an identity, and therefore we have a right to be who we are, and it gets medicalized and it becomes politicized and so forth. So I'm not quite. Could you maybe explain how that connects with the cloning issue?
This identity as it respects gender, especially, becomes a race. Ultimately, when we find what is the basis for gender, gender exists simply because of the reproductive bias that's imposed upon society. That being removed, ultimately, it shall be, if it's not 50 years from now, 100 years from now. Shan't a different analysis take hold, or will a Foucaultian or a Foucaultesque type of analysis still be able to apply in the situation? Will still be valid? I'm questioning the validity with the evolution of this functional relationship, and you apply it to other species, but even within the human species, I'm trying to challenge you in the context of, we're seeing the animal, the non-human as subdominant. Well, there's going to be another relationship that emerges once clones are introduced on whatever level. Given the tendencies of society, I'm not surprised that it becomes commercialized. Then we have a different question of identity emerging in this milieu. So I'm asking you whether the analysis that would descend from Foucault would still apply in that particular context. Yeah, it requires quite a bit of thought.
Yes. Yeah, I'm still not clear. Maybe we can talk afterwards. That might be better. Sorry.
Are there any other questions at the moment? Sure, over there.
I was wondering if you could elaborate on, you mentioned the medicalization And I was wondering if you could elaborate on how it's currently viewed in the medical and psychiatric community.
Okay. Yeah, so like in the 19th and beginning of the 20th century up until about the 80s, I think it was seen as, zoophilia was just seen as a paraphilia, and it had actually been decriminalized almost accidentally because the sodomy laws that criminalized homosexuality also were the laws that criminalized bestiality. And so when in many states and provinces, when these antiquated sodomy laws were repealed because we don't want to have homosexuality to be a crime, then bestiality was decriminalized at the same time. And there was in the 80s and 90s, the zoophilia wasn't in most states, and I was reading about this mostly American literature, so but at least in most states in the US it had actually been decriminalized. But people didn't really even know this because it had been decriminalized in the decriminalization of homosexuality. And so there was the 80s and 90s is when the zoos really felt like there was this zoo liberation movement, and that there was this movement against being medicalized, and instead the way homosexuality was medicalized, and there was a gay liberation movement to like depathologize and demedicalize homosexuality, and so they saw themselves following in those footsteps. But then there was a case in the 90s of a man there was a zoo meeting of zoos after which they went and were having sex with horses, and a man got killed by being sodomized by an Arabian stallion, and they took him to the hospital and he died. His colon had been punctured, and people were outraged. So this became known, and people were outraged, and they realized they couldn't arrest these zoos who had driven him to the hospital and whose property this had occurred on. They couldn't, who had given him were basically prostituting horses. They couldn't arrest him. It wasn't illegal. The only thing that was illegal is they had trespassed. So the guy got in trouble for trespassing. But anyway. So at that point they recriminalized it, and so the zoos didn't have the kind of response they want. So prior to that period, though, it was really more medicalized rather than criminalized. So reading the medical literature, I found that they were really quite sympathetic to zoos, that they saw this as an innate, discovered, not chosen identity, and that one case talked about a zoo who had, tried to be normal. He'd married a woman, had children, but he was always sexually attracted to mares, and, even having sex with his wife, he's fantasizing about horses and so forth. And then finally he, decided to accept his sexuality and these kinds of cases, and to get his mare wives. And so these get a small farm outside the city and so forth. And it was a lot of the medical literature was still seeing it as a paraphilia. It wasn't demedicalizing it or saying we should advocate it, but that we have to be very sympathetic to this. It's unchosen. And so have I answered your question about the medicalized? It's still medicalized. It's still seen as a paraphilia, but it's also now criminalized. And so I think there was a kind of, from what I've read, there was more an ability to sort of pity these people as having a medical problem prior to this kind of zoo liberation attempt, sort of move that was like, we're not to be pitied, we're not sick, we in fact have rights, and so taking it up as an identity. And then it's so. Is that okay as an answer? Okay, sorry, it's late.
Just curious. I was just wondering, do some of them kind of realize that what they're doing, let's say they're forcing the animal to have sex with them, and they decide not to do it? Let's see, like some pedophiles, sometimes they kind of realize that it's kind of wrong in some way, so they kind of decide to move away from that, or I don't know.
Yeah.
Have they...
Well, zoos distinguish between bestiality and zoophilia, and there's all the bestiality porn and so forth where there's no pretext of consent at all, and zoophiles claim to be having consensual sex with animals. And I did read cases of a man who was having sex with all the neighborhood dogs, and finally this was a medical place where the sex therapist was sympathetic and there was one dog in particular he was in love with, and after that neighborhood dog died, he adopted a puppy and was waiting for the puppy to grow up to have sex with the puppy. And it turns out that puppy grew up and didn't have any sexual interest in him. And then he stopped being a zoophile, and that was how that case study ended, of So it does seem like in that case, he adopted the puppy in the hopes of having a live-in dog companion, but that dog had no interest, and he respected that. Yeah. So it does seem, and so these zoos do stress that this is consensual. The animal, even will initiate it and have pleasure and so forth. And I still want to, of course, a lot of the literature on responding to this though is saying they can't consent in the context of domestication. This consent isn't meaningful. But that is a distinction between bestiality and zoophilia, is that they think that's why there's I mentioned a zoo website that has a link to, if you know of any sexual abuse of animals, go here. And some people would think everything they're doing is sexual abuse of animals, but they think we're not sexually abusing animals because we only have sex with animals who consent. But there are people who are engaged in bestiality, and they're forcing animals to have sex. And so they make that distinction and see the sex they're having as consensual.
So I think we'll go for one last question, and then we will resume tomorrow. The doors will open at 9, and talks will start at 10. So, Christiane,
a quick one. I always thought about bestiality in the same way as cruelty. That what we punish is not the act of harming an animal, but it's like the intention behind it's the mental state of the human being. But the case of Cathy Rudy was very intriguing. I will have to see that paper because in France, a judge, it happened, a woman judge, it happens in reverse. There was a trial in the case of bestiality, and then she realized why I'm opposed to bestiality so much, and I'm not opposed of regular rape that happens to cows and pigs in like technological, like the mechanized and technological way. So she did the right thing. She went vegan.
Right.
But now Cathy really is kind of doing the opposite. She said, okay, so we arm them, and I'm not. You understand what I mean? She's kind of doing the opposite move.
Yeah, it's similar, like Peter Singer's article, his heavy petting article is just pointing out this hypocrisy that, well, we do all these other things, like he's making the argument that it has to be speciesism that makes us opposed to, like in many cases having sex with animals hurts them and so therefore it's wrong, but he thinks this has to be speciesism that makes us against it, even in the cases like where, a dogs sniff up women's skirts, and like cases where it doesn't harm them and they can even initiate it, and we still think that's disgusting and horrible and wrong. It's not because it's harming the animal, it must be that we're speciesist, so we think it's disgusting to have sex with a lower animal, and he thinks that so we shouldn't be opposed to it in those cases. But I teach this I teach philosophy of sex, and I'll do it in my in humans and animals classes, and for the point to be like, okay, you think that having sex with animals is wrong, and we can reject the speciesist reason. Why is it still wrong? Because it's non-consensual. Well, then you shouldn't do all the other things that animals don't consent to. And I think that in this room, that's probably okay, that we would agree, yeah, we shouldn't do all those other things. But there's always this problem, like just pointing out the hypocrisy that in breeding of animals and in agriculture, they're electronically masturbating male animals to get semen, and they're manually masturbating male animals to get semen, and they put female animals in rape racks and they artificially inseminate them, and there's all this, like if we're not against that, let alone killing them and eating them, and then you can't really be against it. But like the logical, for me, response is therefore we shouldn't do them, we shouldn't breed them, we shouldn't have animal agriculture, we shouldn't do all those things. But I think that one could also go the other way, is like, well, and that's what a lot of people engaged in bestiality do. They just point out the hypocrisy, like you can't be against this when you're eating them, and you can't be against this, but they use that to justify what they're doing, not to problematize all those other manipulations of animals, which is what I think we should be doing.
Wow, that's a good way to end it. Oh, we have to invite you. Can someone explain where is the Thompson House to if people wants to grab a beer or drink with the speakers?
The Thompson House is on McTavish Street.
Yeah. So if you exit this building and you walk around it, there's a street called, the street is called McTavish, and the Graduate Student Society has a